hospitals and road infrastructure in both the cases. Next, please. Next. So the response should be, we will take the response from different departments and one of the our status to be able to Pakistan, while we the response to the initially was planned that we will take so we will start off with the technical team, followed by the team based on NDMA, then the operations team and the next. And then the main flight is going to be on the video and so over to the first.
In general, I would first request your attention towards the back. There are a number of different photos that have been sent, and at the right, we have this one as a photo number 1. There is a photo number 3, and then photo number 4. First, I would request to draw your attention towards photo number 1. The name will be monitoring people. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is practically a very active region because of its location. The geographical location of Pakistan is at a straight line junction of two major plains. With an easy place, it is sometimes beneath the Eurasian. And then we are also in the proximity of another plate that is the Mediterranean. So because of its geographical configuration, it is susceptible to a number of different seismic activities of both major and as well as minor activities. And also in Pakistan, there are a number of different mountain ranges. At our north, we have the Hindu Kush, Himalaya, Karakoram and ranges. And then diagonally, there are a number of other mountain ranges, the Suleiman range, the Kirtar range. And specifically talking about Balochistan. In Balochistan, again, because of its seismicity, there are a number of different mountain ranges. In the north, we have the famous Tuba Kakar range and also the Brohi mountain range. And then we have a Makran Central range and the Makran accretional zone at the south. The NUC team, based upon the seismicity, has developed the PGA zonation map, which is the peak ground acceleration map. And in this map, it is based on 4 specific zonations, where the pink color indicates a zone that is the zone 4. And then we have a number of different zones as well. And in addition to that, the zone that is indicated in the pink color means that it is highly susceptible to experience any shock during the seismic activity. Now we are assuming one of the hypothetical earthquake scenario with an epicenter at district Harnai in the northeastern part of the Balochistan. A movement magnitude of 7.2 has struck at the epicenter of the Harnai with a depth of 20 kilometer. Since it is a shallow activity, 20 kilometer is considered as a shallow activity, which may result into a heavier ground shaking. On the basis of that, the NEOC team has developed a shake intensity map, which is reflected here in the form of different contours, and every contour has a different response with regard to the building shaking. The pink color indicates a high movement modified Mercalli intensity, while the yellow is relatively lower, and then the third green zone is relatively more lower. We have, if we see the different fault lines configuration, there are a number of different active fault lines that passes through the district Harnai, and the famous one is the Chaman fault. Then we have a Hushab fault, a number of other fault line systems over here as well. Now, based on that, the NEOC team, on the basis of this scenario, 7.2 movement magnitude and 20 kilometer depth, we have done the impact analysis. And this impact analysis is reflected on the screen number 4 at your left. In the impact analysis, what we have done, based on the very high seismic contour, which is the contour number, the pink color contour, we have uploaded the same contour over here, and then have overlaid a number of different elements, the elements in the form of population and infrastructure, the education facilities and health facilities, which lie within the most high zone of the shake intensity. On the basis of this,
The total population that are exposed and live within this contour are around 2.3 million. Among them, there are around 1.2 million male and around 1.1 million female population that lie within the high seismic zonation of the Sheikh map. Then there are around 329 education facilities that are exposed, and then we have the railway stations. Total 28 railway stations are lying within this contour, and then we have one airport, and the number of dams are also reflected in this. Now, can you click on the summary? The NUC team has also done a complete vulnerability and risk analysis for this specific scenario as well. So in the exposed column, this is the total number of the elements that lie within this contour. However, we have also done the vulnerability analysis and then the risk analysis. If we reflect upon the risk column, this column indicates those elements in the form of population, settlements, railway, airport, and also the highways and dams that are critically at risk because of their high vulnerability and also because of their location near the epicenter. So around 231,000 population are at high risk to experience, to get under the threat. Under this scenario, and around 370 settlements are also at high risk, and there are a number of different railway lines which will have a potential to get damage because of this specific event. We have one of the railway line which connects the Belili station with the Sheikh Manda station. It is also expected to experience damage, and then the Quetta station to the Harnai would also get the damage. In terms of the road, the N65, the N70 and the N50 national highways would also get damaged due to this specific earthquake event. So this is from the tech side. Thank you.
I'm Zain, and I'm presenting part of infrastructure and project development wing of NDMA. Next, please. Part of our mandate is to identify vulnerable structures in different regions of the Pakistan and to making sure that they are ready for any upcoming hazards. For this, we have a mechanism that we develop different kinds of map based on the geography and the vulnerability of the structure or the structure distribution. These different maps, they are overlaid and ultimately they form an infrastructure risk map that identifies the vulnerability of different structures in different regions of Pakistan. Right now on the screen, this is a part of that infrastructure map which is actually developed for the entire country. This is actually representing Balochistan area. Here you can see that most of the area, which is the Ziyarat Harnai, they are lying in the highest range of risk. Whereas the medium range districts include Sibbi, Odu and Kachi. They are represented with a lower blue color number. Next please. Once these structures are identified, the next purpose is that we issued some advisories and leaflets to these regions. This is one of the advisories that has been issued in March 2024 to Balochistan. The first guideline was basically a generic one which include guidelines for constructing resilient infrastructure in order to make sure that the existing structure is better prepared for any future hazards. Then we have recommended construction guidelines and methodologies or best practices from all around the world, which has been summarized in these guidelines. These are sent to these regions, different districts of the Balochistan, along with some leaflets which are in common Urdu languages, so that the people can better understand these complex concepts that have been taken from design codes. The advisories also contain some recommendations that should be adopted so that the structures are well prepared. For example, short treating and soil healing have been suggested for different landslide areas. Similarly, in order to make existing bridges in these regions more stronger to resist earthquakes, base isolation technique and steel jacketing have been proposed in another advisory which is issued in April 2024. The slide basically represents a portal which is developed by Infrastructure and Project Development Wing and is now integrated with NCOP. The slide presents the overall estimated cost of the existing infrastructure which is at the risk and the estimated cost of retrofitting. The difference is also presented, which means that if this cost has been implemented before any disaster on these structures to make them more resilient, then we can save this in future. The further details of structure distribution in these affected areas is flashed on the screen. As you can see, most of the structures here are adobe structures, followed by brick masonries and other categories. This slide presents, the previous one presents the building infrastructure, now this one is the communication and infrastructure. During the disasters, we have the activities which are classified in two phases. We provide technical supports in establishment of these immediate relief camps, where this activity is being done with coordination of PDMAs and NDMA response team. The activities actually take place between 1 and 2 months. In addition to this, we also provide some technical support for removal of these debris using heavy machinery. To ensure that the overall process is more smooth, we have established these material hubs in 4 different locations of the Pakistan. We have established at 4 locations these material hubs so that essential material which is required for reconstruction, it can be stored over there. In the second phase, we propose the construction of these post-disaster temporary shelter using pre-engineered buildings and modular construction techniques. In the third phase, the reconstruction of the damaged infrastructure is initiated based on the priority needs. The slide basically presents a tabular comparison between the exposure which is being presented by the tech team and actual damage which happened at on-ground surveys. It can be seen that the education facilities were exposed that were like 427 and actual damage were 1. The difference is because preemptive measures which have been shared with PDMAs, these have been implemented on sites due to which the risk has been reduced. The slide presents the overall structure distribution in these 6 districts of the Balochistan. We have the highest percentage of adobe structures starting with 70.03. The total number of adobe structures, they are in this range. Followed by, we have the highest percentage of timber structures in these 6 districts, affected districts, with 11.64%. The total exposed are 293 and 322. This is the damage quantum which is calculated based on the surveys, on-ground surveys. We have, because the highest number of percentage of adobe structure in these regions, so the highest damage is observed in this category, with fully damaged structures 4,958 and partially damaged. The total amount of structure that have been damaged in these 6 affected areas are 10,000, out of which this is the classification. Similarly, the slide basically presents how much is the rehabilitation or the reconstruction cost for residential infrastructures along with timelines that is required to complete these activities. Addition to infrastructure, we have the communication infrastructure over there, which includes the roads, networks, and bridges. Again, the cost of reconditioning or the repairing of the partially damaged structures or the roads and the reconstruction part of fully damaged structures is calculated here in the portals. These are some of the failures that have been identified from the on-ground surveys. Most of the structures that suffer these failures, they have the problem with the foundation issues. Because the geotechnical investigations have not been done in these areas, it has been neglected. That's why the structures are usually rest on soft soil, causing liquefaction in the soils. Similarly, poor quality of material have been utilized in these structures. There has been observed that absence of lintel beams is there, which is one of the practices that is being advised by the courts. It has been observed that these are missing in most of the structures that suffer major damages in these earthquakes. Similarly, in case of communication infrastructure, the roads, most of these structures, most of the roads, they suffered liquefactions. The soil beneath turned into a liquid phase and caused excessive settlements over there. For the road and track, rail and track structures, we have observed bends in the structures, in the rails. Similarly, landslides have been observed. These are some of the recommendations that have been suggested after this earthquake to improve the condition and to make the structures more stronger for upcoming hazards. These have been including seismic bands in the construction of the residential homes. As you can see here, that the vertical columns and horizontal band should be there. Secondly, concept of confined masonry should be introduced. There needs to be adding some shear walls that can further resist or improve the stiffness of the existing structures and resist horizontal shakings due to the earthquakes. In addition to this, concept of prefab and modular construction have been suggested in these vulnerable areas in order to ensure that the community can again withstand quickly. The slide basically overall summarizes the recommendation and best practices that needs to be implemented in order to avoid further damages in these regions. This includes enforcement of the building codes and effective use of land planning. In addition to this, we need to make sure that the critical structures, which include the hospitals, emergency response centers, they are to be very well prepared for any kind of hazard in the future. Keeping in mind, we need to make sure that the future construction should be done with involvement of the local communities so that the local methodologies and local materials can be well incorporated in all this scenario. Thank you.
PDM in Pakistan.
Roads are closed due to different reasons. We cannot get live on my chat, so I requested for the Zoom meeting. Next time, scenario 2 of it. Next please.
अरे आप भी चलानी है?
Assessment of the situation. The 7.1 millimeter has caused extensive restriction across all northern coastal, particularly in districts Hanai, City, Zarat, Kachchi, Kodu, and Twitter. The disaster has resulted in over thousands of casualties, injured in hundreds of divisions. The plans of flood damages of estimated 65% of the houses in Hanai and City, total over 10,000 houses. Key infrastructure including public schools, hospitals and roads have suffered significant damages. No road accessibility of affected districts due to landsliding and road damages. Next. Assessment of the situation, district Hanai is 167 kilometers, Koyta to Zara 123 kilometers, Hanai to Zara 60 kilometers, and Koyta to City 166 kilometers. These are the distances.
Next. आगे चलिए. Right, we are facing some technical issue with the connection with PDMA. So in the meanwhile, I will just take a few minutes to explain some of the portals which the plan will come and DMA is maintaining, and according to which we carry out the coordinated planning. So DMA will plan to the portal question बताइएगा question
Similarly, advanced companies have put up leading walkways in which the roads and the walkways are walked and they can, wet the snow and snow emergency kits has to be there, and we request our DNAs and district management authorities that they should have these ready-made snow emergency kits available with them.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello, hello, hello.
Similarly, in case this disaster has been set, on these 3 areas we have our academic or partners, all these 4 universities which are in this area. So the focal concepts are there, and these are the volunteer force which is made and given and the time for reaction. So these human resources which are trained, they will be available to help
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am Ismail Khan Yousafzai, representing PDMA Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Under the given scenario, I will try to flash the response activities, the necessary response activities, and present the statistics and numbers from the grounds, the resources available on ground. So, next please. The assessment of the situation, yes, as per given this in the scenario, precipitation and the heavy snowfall is recorded in Chitral, Swat, Kohistan, Abbottabad and Galyat areas of the province. Next please. Next. Let me show in the map that our province, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, is receiving snowfall during winter seasons, and there are some permanent glacier structures, the Alpine Glacier. In the map, you can see the red zones are the permanent glacier structures, while the bluish color shows the seasonal snowfall, snowbound areas in the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Most of the northern parts and some parts of the western sides are receiving the snowfall. Next. Yes. Next, please. PDMA Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is conducting the snow hazard winter contingency planning by involving all the stakeholders from the fields up to the provincial line departments level. And obviously we have the database of all the stranded valleys which become cut up from the mainstreams during snowfall seasons. Each and every districts have their, we have the data like the districts, the potential stranded valley, then the distance from the main trunk which become cut off during snowfall, and then the type of vulnerability that either the roads are blocked from the rock fall, from the landslides. Sir, we don't have any map. Next, please. And similarly, we have the calculated case load as well from the field. Next. Next. The second response action is the forward camps. So we mapped out all the camps in those areas which were given in the scenarios. Like these are the camps from the SWAT districts. These are the camps. Usually these are the government buildings, the schools and the hospitals. Then these are the camps from the Kohistan. These are the campsites. Yes. Next, please. Snow clearance machinery. So we have all the mapping, the public machinery, and next, please. Next, the private machinery as well in the given districts. I just named stock positions and other response sections. So these are the stocks available with PDMA under the main warehouse, the humanitarian resource facilities at Jalozai.
इसकी क्या जरूरत है बताइए?
Sir,
we are talking of winter contingencies, उससे रिलेटेड सामान बताइए. ओके, तो कहाँ पर पड़ा है नक्शे पर? ये तो आपका स्टैंडर्ड आपको डिपेंड करना शुरू करेंगे आपको जगह.
जी जी सर, एक्चुअली दीज आर ओवरऑल स्टॉक्स.
ओवरऑल नहीं चाहिए ना आपको, इस कॉन्टिजेंसी का बताइए.
जी सर, वी हैव द फैमिली साइज टेंट्स, द winterization टेंट्स, tarpaulin sheets. नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट प्लीज.
ठीक है, बैठ. इस तरह की बैठक की जरूरत नहीं.
स्टॉक पोजीशन इन द डिस्ट्रिक्ट सर.
जरूरत नहीं.
नेक्स्ट.
आप नक्शे पर बताएं कि आपने हल क्या किया, मानी बताइए.
सर इसके लिए सर
3 जगहों पे आपको बताया कि स्नोफॉल में ये मसले हो गए.
ये सर,
आप बताइए हमारा रिस्पॉन्स क्या है.
सर वहाँ पे रिस्पांस ये है कि जितने भी एरियाज़ हैं वो आइडेंटिफाइड है कि कौन कौन से एरियाज़ जो है वो स्टैगनेंट हो जाएंगे, कटअप हो जाएंगे. वहाँ पे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स मोबिलाइज हैं ऑलरेडी. फ्रेमवर्क एग्रीमेंट उनके साथ साइन है. जो गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी है वो डिप्लॉयड है. जो हमारा स्टॉकिंग है वो रिप्लेनिश्ड हो चुका है डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में. और जो टूरिज़म डिपार्टमेंट है और गलियार डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, अपर स्वाट डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, सो दे वर ऑल sensitized and we have made a joint plan with them for the trap tourists in those areas, and they have made some sort of arrangements if certain tourists trapped in the areas. So they are in liaison with the hotel associations and all the activities. Even each and every district have submitted their contingency plan for all these functions. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. From GBDMA, I am Muhammad Ali, Assistant Director. जी. The situation given here to us that heavy snowfall will be impacting Skardu, Vezer and Hunza districts. We have been given, September, sir. September 2024. So these 3 districts will be impacted. And keeping in view, the DDMAs have been directed for contingency planning, and they are preparing their contingency plans and to stay vigilant as per the contingency plan. Now, if you look at Skardu, the total population is 0.26 million, and the area cover is over 15,000 square kilometers, and there are 3 subdivisions. And looking at the main roads, we have Lord Skardu Road, which is the custodian is. Thank you. This is the district profile of Skardu, and these are basically the 8 valleys which are exposed to heavy snowfall, which we say they are snowbound, and this is the population. And we have also identified the safe havens or campsites where we can put our camps in case of any disaster.
If in सुनी थी टेक्निकल टीम में
जी सर.
स्कर्दू की बात करो, नॉट गुलतरे.
Sir, basic Skardu district, and we have these snowbound areas in Skardu district.
Skardu city आपका
साइज दिए हुए हैं.
जी sir.
Skardu city of
Only Skardu district, city sir. Right sir.
पार्ट ऑफ स्कर्दू डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो बताया गया.
जी sir. Yes, sir.
ये कौन सा?
नहीं सर, ये दूसरा गंबा है सर. That's different one, sir.
आपको इसी बताएंगे.
Sir.
You're not here for picnic.
Sir.
Be very serious about it because people are watching it online.
Right, sir.
You show your formal response कि आपने जो सही बताइए उस पर response किया.
Right, sir.
आगे चलिए. We are not interested in this sense of immediate.
Right, sir.
चलिए आगे.
This is Hunza district, sir.
We are not interested in this type. आगे चलिए. इसको ज़मानी बताइए. आपको क्या रिकॉर्डिंग दी गई है, response क्या है?
सर इसमें हमारे पास 3 वो दिए हुए हैं सर. It is Skardu, this is Skardu and Hunza and Gizar. And basically we have prepared our contingency plan. We have conducted contingency plan meeting with all the stakeholders.
क्या है contingency plan?
Sir, winter contingency plan, sir.
क्या है?
In winter contingency plan, basically we gather all the departments and the NGOs, and we look for the expected disasters, and then we pull their resources, what resources they have, and where to put those resources, how can we efficiently use those resources and their capacities. So and then we basically put these all the departments and the NGOs, we give them the tasks that who will do what during any situation, before, during and after disaster.
Scenario में you've been given a scenario of snow contingencies.
Yes, sir.
You have 2 months from
Right, sir.
October to December.
Right, sir.
Not tell me who will do what.
Sir, in this case, the DDMA Skardu, they will basically look for the NFIs, and all the required, what we will be requiring in terms of food and non-food items for any response. Then this CNW department, they will put their machineries on the vulnerable sites, and FWO, they will also put their machineries on the vulnerable sites where.
Thank you, sit down.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem, amma ba'd. My name is Farid Azhar, and I am presenting State Disaster Management Authority from the behalf of them. We have prepared our winter contingency plans. Please.
Okay, boss.
In that scenario, sir, we have already started SDMAs on the behalf of our contingency plans. We have devoted 8 zones for the climate emergency state services, that's glaciers and ice, which is mentioned on our map. There are 8 zones which we have prepared for our best known scenario. Sir, yes, sir. That's all over we have prepared all our AJK from the first zones to right, sir. There's a Neelam zone which we are talking about. As our Neelam zone, we have prepared some different type of zones which climates are different than other state disaster management authorities. The exposed area of Neelam population is 1,643 people, whereas the male population are affected from 855 and females are 788, and the settlements on their Neelam district is 16. The impacted population are shown in this list. The primary assessment from the heavy snowfalls were recorded in district Neelam was fire erupted from the Surgan Valley on Tehsil Sharda, and road conditions are very critical. From the infrastructure, the primary assessments are infrastructure damages are structural damages to house, schools and other part of the district. Approximately 4 houses are burned in Surgan Valley, and the 7 roads and 3 bridges are damaged in remote area of Neelam AJK. water supply system are frozen due to the heavy snowfalls. And the primary assessment, the health emergency, and confirm the operational state of 2 hospitals and 5 basic health units are present in Neelam Valley, whereas the excess of risk of hypothermia and frostbites and respiratory illness due to cold exposures are there. Inventory is available with the health department, medicines and affected populations. And you have now seen the stocking level in DDMA warehouse. With District Neelam, we have tents, mattresses, sheets, plastic mats, blankets, quilts, kitchen sets, bed sheets, sleeping bags and CGI sheets available in our HRF, which is presented in Muzaffarabad currently. And the preparedness of available of machinery, which we have already deputed in Neelam Valley. There are prod dozers, wheel loaders, excavators, dump trucks, unimog trailers, ambulances and fire tenders. They are presented in Neelam Valley currently after the resource meeting with other DDMA's players. And the resources with Rescue Double 122 which have presented in Neelam Valley, there are 5 ambulances, fire vehicles and water hoses, disaster rescue vehicles and mini fire vehicles. The whole resources which we have available in Neelam Valley through our Rescue Double 122 department. And response planning measures, rescue operations, we have planned our Double 122 police and army. They are mobilizing after the heavy snowfall, and the reopening roads of communication, Works Department and Army NHA, Food Security and Affected Population, Food Department and SDMA, provision of health services, health and NGOs, and all these stakeholders we have already met with them in our SEOC, and we have a brief meeting with them before the contingency plans has been made. Food items which will be required in District Neelam, there is a relief case load families with 85, and the food with metric tons we have in 3 months that there are 34 metric ton. Thank you, sir.
Any shortfalls to it?
Sir, still we have ongoing. Not more than that. If we have present our excavators and other facilities, we will be inshallah overcome any kind of that shortfalls. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can you return to this side and just conclude this session one? Okay. The aim of this session was to identify what could be done by area government. And for our external audiences, I'll just summarize what was the requirement and how the response should have been prepared. We understand this is the first exposure to many of the participants, and which is not yet up to the level, but repeated exposure of these kinds will improve the quality of the response. Okay, I go back to the summary when it was displayed. In this hall, when you turn back on your right side, we used 5 different sets of large screens to show the threat part, the setting part of it, that how the heavy snowfall in a particular area north of the country, like Pakistan, would impact the communities there and what should be done by the area governments and the local responders. Okay, initially then we showed you the different types of impact in different specific areas. The names might not be familiar to our external audiences, so I'll just skip that and we'll just talk in the generic sense. We showed you a scenario in the heavy mountains, high mountains with heavy snowfall, and we said that today was the exercise setting of September 2024, so we assumed that we have 2 months to prepare for that emergency. We have also called our area government responders to come in and tell us what is their understanding about this emerging contingency or scenario, and what do they understand that what must be done to save the community, initially focusing on saving lives and livestock, and then getting out people from the harm's way so that the infrastructure is also restored. and then people can also go back to find out the value of their businesses which are intact. Now, ideally, the first step would be that every department, every area government, every military formation in the area, every major NGO and international NGO in the area will do a need gap analysis. They will first understand what is the scenario or the impact being played out, and then you will see that how it will impact the area. How many people are going to be directly affected or exposed or at risk. Now the quantification of risk would be different. Some people would be a little far away from the impact area, so they'll be considered as people at low risk. Then people in the direct ground zero, where the actual disaster is unfolding, or choking effect would occur in these hilly mountains during the heavy snowfall. Those will be considered as the people with very high risk, so they'll be treated differently. Now what we'll do is, the third part is when it is shown to everybody, the response will start that we expect, okay, 2 months are available, how we can early inform the communities at risk and tell them their responsibilities. The response has to start from their individual houses, families, communities, tribes, and then the local areas, so that people are doing the first response on their own. Because government machinery, whether it is from the State Disaster Management Authority or the Regional Disaster Management Authority or NDMA and Federal, these organizations will not be able to reach on the day one or immediately on first few hours. So we expect the community and the first responders, including those volunteers who have been trained by various NGOs in the past, to take on the responsibility and start helping the community. And after that, the Area Disaster Management Authority will build on. Okay, ideally the state will then tell us, okay, if the people are to be relocated, where the people would go, and if the people are to be just taken care of in their own locations like their stranded tourists. So in 2 months' time, the ideal response by the area government should be to conduct an audit of, please attend to it, what I'm talking, okay? So ideally, the response would be that first of all, an area audit will be conducted, so that every area government will count and calculate how many tourist facilities are in the area, how many people are expected to visit, and how control will be exercised so that those rest houses, B&Bs, hotels, and restaurants are not overcrowded and people are not left out in the open. This was the lesson number one, which was learned after the 2021 incident in Mari Gilead. Second is, then we'll see that if there are people who are cut off from their road access, how they'll be sustained. So there is a requirement of food, there is a requirement of nutrition, medicines, supplies, water, specific items for ladies, children, women, people with vulnerabilities, and exposures. So all of these needs will be calculated by the GBDMA or the Area Disaster Management Authority, as well as the NGOs. Because area government, we expect you will conduct an audit and you will tell us if there are, say, 100 units of needs, 20 to 25 are manageable within the district authorities resources. Some of them would come up from the military formations in the area, like army and the other who are in the area. They will also take on the responsibility and their reps are already here. Third component will be parked to the NGOs, and fourth will be seen that if the help can come from the federal level. So and if federal level cannot be more than enough, then we'll also approach our international community. So we will need to first calculate our needs, our exposures, our risks, and then we will go back to see that who all is to be informed. For example, in these cases, when we have played snow contingency scenarios in all 3 mountain regions of Pakistan, in the north, which is one of the northern end of a province, one major northern areas, and then another on the eastern side of an Azad Jammu and Kashmir. So we understand that these 3 area governments would be committed or busy in management of their own resources, and they'll not be able to share or move the resources from one area to the other. So that means now all of these resources which are lesser than the requirement, now they have to be fulfilled by the provincial or the national authority. So these 2 months from September to December will be utilized by the GBDMAs, SDMAs, other area governments to coordinate between them and NDMA and then arrange for that who all will provide. We understand in these areas, the number of people are already parked, and number of assets are parked from military on these roads who are continuously maintaining and trying to keep these roads open. So there's a requirement to have communication, WhatsApp groups, communication channels, local radios, where we can communicate to the people that what must be done. If the people need to stock rations, they must be informed at least 3 to 4 weeks before time. If the army or a military plant machinery needs to be relocated, then FWO, National Highway Authorities, and other communication organizations, they will do the reconnaissance and place those plant machinery well in time so that the roads can be made open or the blockages can be cleared off. Then there are third roads which are internal roads in Murree, Galiat, GB, Skardu and all the airports where you need to clear off the heavy snow as and when it is required. So we need to identify the snow clearing equipment, how many of them is there, what is the gap which must be fulfilled, and what all we can do in next 2 months. Everything, every response, every action you come and present, it should be aligned with the scenario. Please just make a map slide, just speak from the map slide or the picture that, sir, this is my requirement, this is what I am going to do from September to December, because this is the exercise time we are playing. We are talking in the time frame of September and expecting that if the disaster will come in December, what must be done, what should be done, and what can be done by incorporating the NGOs, military, government, and non-government organizations. Okay? So that's how the response will be then accumulated, and at the end of it, then the NDMA and your officers will come and see that what all has been coordinated. And if we go into this disaster on December, the government of Pakistan, and we expect that since we have given all okay report and you are comfortable, so on that day, no excuse will be acceptable that you fail to perform your mandated task. Whether it is the military organizations, FWO, people in the area, and then or the GBDMAs. They are the direct responders and they are chartered to deliver this resource response when required. Third are the volunteers and the people who are in a support role which are not mandatory. For example, NGOs may not be asked to fulfill all the gaps, but definitely the NGOs are there for a very long time. For example, we would expect the NGO groups to speak about what is Aga Khan Foundation doing in Gilgit-Baltistan. They are there for like many decades. So we understand they have a large footprint, large presence and large following. We will take their stocks presented here, that what all do they have, how are they connected with the communities, and if we pass the message to them, we expect that the entire message will be relayed to the communities who are likely to be impacted in Skardu, north of the GB, Gilgit-Baltistan and other areas. Likewise, other NGOs or international NGOs who claim to have a significant presence in the area, they should be also asked, and we will give them those executive orders in writing that you are required to do this. And if you don't do this, then specific privileges, access, everything will be taken away. Because everything is to respond to the communities. We do not want people in GB, upper KPK and AJK left without support, and people who are claiming rescue organization, we assume that in next 2 months, ideally they must do at least 3 to 4 rehearsals, check their machineries, check their equipment, collect the people, cancel all the leaves, because the people are required to be there who are responders, and we will do that. If God forbid, if it materializes by the end of December, be ready for these kind of executive orders from the government of Pakistan, PM's offices, so that everybody stays in the area and responds and takes your assigned job very well. Okay? And then at the end of it, please also see that what is the community's response to our readiness. We will try to show what all we can to our people and in the best effective way that we can. We will reach out to our people. We will also encourage people to also follow the mobile application of NDMA, which is on this left top screen. You see that. We will expect people to download this app, and then the alerts, the community awareness program, the clips, the motivation speeches and the technologies, everything will be there. So people can access this app and find the response in their regional language, local language. We will give you these alerts, and I will encourage when you go back, please publicly transmit this information to everybody that they need to download this application and then see that what are the instructions for snow on in their areas in Urdu, English, Pashto, and all kinds of regional languages. And there are some audio messages also inbuilt into that. And when you download this, if you click on your particular area, you will get the warning about your area, and there's an audio message. For the people who cannot read, they will just listen to. And then these messages are continuously updated. And we expect we will do that in the next week, second week of December, third week of December, and they'll go live on TV, social media platforms, digital, print, media, everything. So this is the one way of telling people what to do. And if they will do it on their own, this is good enough. If they fail to do that, then the provincial governments will do it. And if they fail to do that, then the national government or NDMA would act. Okay? So this is the ideal sequence of our actions, which is going to play out, and we are going to see that hopefully we will be able to reduce the losses. Remember that we see these 2024 as a year when all zones and all regions in the world have seen their disasters, localized disasters, magnifying on a very hyper scale, both in intensity and the area spectrum. So do not expect anything coming big from the outside world in the form of money or resources or help. Everything which has to be generated, it must come from within Pakistan. It has to come from within Pakistan. And obviously, unfortunately, or God forbid, if it goes beyond our control, only then a global appeal can be done. But then we do not expect much from that, because every region around Pakistan is suffering. Today, in December 2024, we are looking at Sri Lanka, Thailand, other countries which are managing their disasters. So everybody is on their own. United States, 1 month ago, they had suffered cyclones which are unprecedented in the last 30 years. Today's Malaysia rain emergencies are also unprecedented in the last 30 years. So every country is breaking its own record of the last 3 to 4 decades. So that means whatever emergency is going to hit in this area may also be of that scale. So we need to shake ourselves, we need to challenge the status quo, we need to break the inertia in our understanding and our responses and feel responsive. This is a very sacred place of NES. When we invite you here, we expect you to come very well prepared. Do not show any text messages or the photo prints or scan copies of your text which are not readable. And the standard stocks of your warehouses is not required. Please focus yourself on the contingency which is being played out, and the next scenario, if we are playing an earthquake in a particular area, we will expect you to just come and speak from the map or the sketch that how this exercise will be planned. And earthquake, we will just show you that this has actually happened. In earthquake, you will not have a warning of about 2 months' time. So it will be like on the day of earthquake, what is being done. But ideally, since earthquakes are also known in your areas, we understand you know the location of the fault lines, you should have done some pre-planned exercises, some pre-planned stockings, rehearsals, where people would be migrated or relocated when they are hit by an earthquake in a particular area of specific intensity. And then what all NGOs will do, what all area government will do, what all NDMA will do, this is all is required. We need to speak these actions again and again so that they become your muscle memory, they become your recorded memory and you can do it, do this briefing not only to us, but also going back to your community. You should be able to talk to your people. You should be able to talk to the academia, volunteers, people in your family groups so that they know what to do. People, an earthquake like in Japan, we have learned, they are undertaking the response to 30% of the earthquake in the world. So they are so much experienced and rehearsed that now whatever earthquake happens between 5 to 7 magnitude Richter, obviously they keep the life business on because the infrastructure is strong, the people know the drills, the schools, the kids know how to protect themselves, and when it's over, they take out with a minimal damages from the impact of that disaster. Thank you very much, and we may take a little break and then continue after that. So that will be the sequence of our requirement 2, and we will come back after 5-10 minutes. Okay. We can take a break, but when we come back, please make sure that we are here for a very serious the discussion, and whatever you are showing it, we will also take the input from all those people who are observing and.
So I will request all the departments to go through those, or if you have not received after the exercise, you can contact the concerned director of the manager of infra and the advisory group, so they will be able to share the required details with you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am member of operation of a team. As you know that for any disaster, the first responders are the local district government, and the second tier responders are the inspected provincial governments. But in case the disaster magnitude is high or it is beyond the capacity of the provincial, then the third tier responder, that is the national level, third level, National Disaster Management Authority, take up. So we are responsible for the forward response, and for this, a nine earthquake simulation exercise is being played. Although we cannot say that for the disaster there is no only one, but there are few actions which we can do and we should do before the disaster to prepare the community and prepare ourselves in case of any such eventuality. So, as per the requirement, I will give you what action, the response and the logistic rehabilitation, which are my domain, the operation big domains, which we have done for this simulation exercise. So, before D-Day, the first thing is the resource factor. We have kept our stock, national level stocks, along with the provincial level stocks, all over Pakistan. We don't know where we need that. So we have kept all these stocks. So this is before D-Day action. You see, we have a complete picture of what stocks are we are supposed to have in our warehouses and what we are holding. Then another action of before D-Day by D-Day was we issued different advisories for the local community in case of any disaster, earthquake, what people should do, how they are ready, how to make them ready for face and save their lives and the community. Then on D-Day that we are praying that in the north and the KP and the upper Punjab, the snow disaster is already there to multi-hazard, another disaster in the month of December comes. So the resources are diverted. So the first responder is the local community and the provincial level governments. So when initial reporting was received on D-Day, immediately through satellite imagery by the National Emergency Operations Center, we assessed the situation, the impact area, depth, magnitude, so all this data collection was made right on the D-Day. Then when we assessed the level of damage, so we knew that it's beyond the capacity of the provincial district management authority. So we mobilized the national level resources to face and tackle this disaster. So Pakistan Army was mobilized in the area, and their three camps were established in the affected area. Similarly, the local rescue 112 services, local rescue services were deployed. And PDMA and Pakistan, they also deployed their resources in different locations in this map on the affected areas, the humanitarian, both humanitarian NGOs present in the area were also mobilized, and they were grouped together with these provincial disaster management authority, rescue, and Pakistan. Similarly, the volunteers of the area, they were also mobilized to augment the efforts of the armed forces, the
the local NGOs and the provincial disaster management authorities. And these are the figures shown on the slide, and they were deployed along with the forward responders. Then during monitoring and coordination cell was established at the National Emergency Operations Center for the reporting and situation update, coordinate the district management authority of Balochistan. They were coordinating the rescue and relief operation. Pakistan and the civil armed forces present in the area they were engaged in the rescue and relief operation. The technical department, national level technical department was tasked for the pre and post activities for the analysis. Then the provincial disaster management authority, they were overall responsible, and they were coordinating on the ground. Then the rescue services, they were engaged in the rescue and evacuation operation, and national highway authority were tasked to see the road situation, the communication infrastructure, and keep the movement, especially the relief effort, going. Then comes the relief item assessment. For this, I draw your attention towards your rear side. Kindly turn yourself towards the rear side. For relief effort assistance and for the human resource and other requirements for the operations. These are our portals at the National Emergency Operations Center. These are linked with the technical information. When the early warning or the impact area is generated, it automatically passes through all these portals. These portals, first I explained the left portion here. So for the earthquake, we require human resource 80% and the national equipment 75%. So district province along with the affected districts, their population or details automatically comes out. When this data is fed, so this portal calculates the requirements, how much military units is required, how much large equipment agency is required, local NGOs, then the equipment requirement for PF aircraft, heavy aircraft, boats in case of flood. If you see it's earthquake to no boats, then booking is required. It automatically calculated. Then the hospital, water plant, elevator set, mineral set, all these calculations it has calculated for this earthquake. Then it also calculates that if any department which is not present at the national level or require assistance from the international assistance, it has also given us that we require aircraft or any equipment, it will give us that how much international assistance will be required. Because this disaster is not of so much of intensity, so no requirement from the So this is what will give us the requirement of the human resource and the equipment we are required to deploy. So we mobilize all the resources present in the area is required from adjacent areas. Similarly, this portal, it is calculated with logistic requirement. I have already told that all of the Pakistan we are keeping logistic provincial. Provinces are also keeping their warehouse, and we are also keeping the stock space. For 4 million people we are keeping for the logistics staff, and it is present all over Pakistan, 4 million people. So now see the total exposed population is 2.3 million. But actually, affected population is, the data shown earlier, is 2,41,000. So that means we require relief efforts only for the affected population, not for the exposed population. So we require immediate need for the affected population. So when we feed all this data here, automatically it calculates how much stock is available in that provincial disaster management authority stock and how much they get fulfilled. If something is not covered in their stock, it comes as a gap. This gap is the guideline for us. That this we have to provide. So we really ask of the provincial department so they can use it for their establishment of the camps, for the maintenance of the camps. Even then, if some stock is not available with us as well, then we coordinate with the military hub. Then the remaining is passed to the NGOs and the UN present in that area. That will be big by when the UN and the NGOs will come and tell us that this figure, you will see this same figure will be part of that. They will fulfill their requirement. If something is not present in them, they will tell us. And that we will go from the international NGOs or from global NGOs. So this gave us the logistic and operational requirement and identify. I draw your attention again to the back side. So our job finishes on D-Day. So till D plus 10, what action we are doing? First of all, we are doing the monitoring again, and all the departments, the NUC at the federal level, the district, Pakistan Army, Civil Armed Forces, Technical Department, they are engaged in rescue and coordinating of the rescue department. Then, meanwhile, we have assessed all the damages to the property and life, and the data which has already seen affected population is not the whole population. Affected population, how much they have here, then damages to the infrastructure, which has already passed to us by different regions and on the ground. Then meanwhile, relief camps were established, and we have given the responsibility to different organizations to establish the relief camps in different areas. They are located in Pakistan Army, Civil Armed Forces, Provincial Department, private sector. So all 29 relief camps have been established to look after this population. And to maintenance of the relief camps, I have already told you how logistic is being done. Then another distribution of relief items. So the calculation which we done here and the stocks which were available to the provincial, these were distributed in these relief camps. Then comes the medical camps. So these were also established among the relief camps nearby, and responsibilities were also divided between the armed forces, civil armed forces, provincial government, NGOs, and then the next phase of job starts, and that is assessment of the damages. We assess the damages, life loss, injured, infrastructure damage, completely destroyed, partially destroyed, and their rebuild, their restoration, their assistance, and financial assistance, coordination with the NGO, that is done. So that is also the operation being discussed. So what we do after 2 months of disaster, what we plan, first of all is the compensation for the injured and the fatalities, then the house level, it's a COVID level policy, which is being followed by the provincial government and the national government. Then after that, we prepare the post-report of the disaster. See what the root practices, what the gaps are, for taking countermeasures and move to the next one. Meanwhile, we have activities in the area. They also start with the coordination with the government resources, the provincial government resources, and the international resources. Thank you.
पीछे करें. Let's NHA have 16,000 हमारी NHA की रोड्स हैं टोटल पाकिस्तान में अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, और उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए हमारे 18 रीजन्स हैं, जिसमें
उनको समझ नहीं आएगी फॉरनर्स को
इंग्लिश में बोलो. अच्छा NHA road network in Pakistan is near about 16,000 kilometer, which is being controlled by 18 regions headed by general managers having grade 20s, and there are four regions in which exist on snowbound areas. Muzaffarabad, northern area, northern Balochistan, and there are near about 200 kilometer. One deputy director maintenance officers are.
प्लान को पर ये डेटा मत बताएं, प्लान को पर कहीं उनको वो किसी मतलब
अच्छा सर DD maintenance and 75 Murray. There are 10 kilometer snowbound area. We have mobilized necessary machinery to remove the snow. That's crane 1 number, excavator 2 number, dumper with front blade 2 number, tractor sort 1 number. Deployment 45 kilometer, 10 kilometer near about Murray, 45 to 55. And the machinery is camped at Mughlabad, Murray. Next. Maintenance unit Chatral, Luari Tunnel, next to Luari Tunnel. And Batkhela from Peshawar to Chatral, short to Luari Tunnel. We have also mobilized machinery to remove the routine annual snowfall. Next. Northern Balochistan, Noshki, we have also mobilized machinery deployment at Noshki, and also Sibbi. Maintenance unit camp is on Sibbi. Zob in Balochistan, we have also disasters. Next, we have divided in all our networks in 15 kilometer. We have executed a routine maintenance contract, and to make the traffic smooth and flow.
अपने रूटीन मेंटेनेंस का बताएं, जो सिनेरियोज दिए गए थे उसके ऊपर बताएं, उसके बारे में क्या कर रहे हैं आप। रूटीन का ना बताएं कि ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे दिया है या वो आपका जनरल मैनेजर क्या कर रहा है, जो एक सिनेरियो दिया गया था उसके ऊपर बताएं क्या आप।
We have mobilized a routine maintenance contractor with machinery on all networks, including disaster area or plain area. And we have also option to mobilize emergency contractor with machinery, routine machinery, and also operational management. If any big disaster, we rush on the disaster site immediately. And the focal person, we have provided focal person. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Any questions? Good question, good queries, any recommendations? इधर फेस कर लेते हैं। Please.
Very nice exercise, but I have a suggestion that all the data that you have presented, and we're mainly focusing on the facilities we have, the infrastructure we have, but in any emergency, there are multiple emergencies that may trigger as well. For example, the data you have shown, you have multiple excavators and hard moving vehicles, but if these vehicles are within or very near the epicenter, how will that be forward? Emergency response is itself, you can say, a specialist topic. Academia, normally, I have many colleagues who are doing PhDs in this particular topic. And the exercise that we are doing is generally called tabletop exercise. And in tabletop exercises, we generally even discuss second and third tier of figures. What if the personnel that we were counting on were not available at that time? What if the SCBAs you have mentioned were not operable at that time? So if we are relying on this data, supposing everything goes right when the emergency comes up, how will we be able to manage the situation then?
Right, देखें, you have to have certain basis or certain assumptions that on which you are going to have your plans. right? So, God forbid, as far as the initial point is concerned, that the middle of the data or the equipment that has been shown, that is close to the epicenter. So that is basically the, you can say the pre-positioning is done keeping in view the likely choke points. So that is basically the aim of this exercise. So that was one of the requirements which was initially shown, that to identify the critical areas where the pre-positioning of the stocks and of the rescue and relief items is required to be carried out. So selection of those are away from the, because as the earthquake is concerned, that is a situation which can happen in any place, right? So it will be difficult to have, you can say, the area which is not that disaster prone. So leaving us aside that, as the remaining disasters are concerned, for example, let's say the snow hazard, etc. So we know that what areas are likely to be affected. So the resource mapping is done accordingly. For example, if you happen to travel from here to the Murray, so you know the areas which are the likely choke points, and accordingly you pre-position your stocks and your machinery in a relatively safer place so that you can go and respond. As the earthquake is concerned, let's say if we take the example of the earthquake of 2005 in Zafrabad and Balakot area, especially AJK area, so the local resources were overwhelmed. So in that case, we mobilized the resources from the neighboring districts or the neighboring areas of Pakistan, of the Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and that was basically, you can say, the portal which I showed of the INSAR, that we know that what are the areas are affected and how much resources are available in the neighboring district, so that if those resources are not available, so that we can mobilize and move those resources from the safer places to the, you can say, the areas which are affected. So there are certain assumptions जिनको आप बेस करते हुए you have to plan.
Keep in mind that we are preparing for the winters. We have to keep in mind that we are preparing for the winters, and it's a winter contingency exercise. But what we did is that we have created 3 scenarios. 2 are related to the winters, and one we have dovetailed another scenario that in case our provincial departments are busy in their winter contingencies and another disaster happens in somewhere else, so how we are going to respond. So first we saw how snow-related disaster will be managed by the provincial level. Different provinces, from Punjab was engaged, KP was engaged, GB was engaged. They were busy in fighting their winter-related disaster. And for that we were asking them to give us their plans, how they are preparing for the upcoming winters, what is their stock level, what is the machinery available, how they have coordinated with the local disaster districts, with the local NGOs, with the communication. That was the meanwhile what happened is the earthquake disaster was played in the Balochistan. So that means these 3 identities were not available. So Balochistan has to fight. Then the NDMA was busy not only in GB, KP and Punjab, they were also looking after the earthquake scenarios. So this was the aim. So we were just taking out what is our stock level, what is our preparation, what machinery is available. We were not interested in any academic type of things which were shown that this is our plan, this is we have done, this we have do. We were just asking what actually you have planned for the winters.
Right, another small point. The plans which are presented by the different responders or even by the NDMA, they may not be 100% good, accurate plans, right? But the only aim is that at least the responders should know that in case of disaster, what all possible actions they are required to take before the disaster for the preparation, during the disaster to respond, and after the disaster for the rehabilitation. That is basically the aim, is just to agitate our minds that we should keep thinking that how to, you can improve our responses and plans. And I am sure if we, as I mentioned during the initial part of the opening of this exercise, this is the second, you can say, the winter-related simulation exercise which we are conducting in Pakistan. So first was in 2023, this is second one. इससे पहले आज तक पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री में there has been no winter-related simulation exercise. Monsoon की एक आध साल पहली हुई हो. So this is the point from where we are starting, and I am sure as we, you can say, keep planning, keep discussing, keep presenting over here, so we will learn mutually and try to improve our responses and plans which are presented. Articulation एक बंदा सीखता है.
Assalamualaikum. This is Dr. from NIH, and glad for it and thankful to NDMA for inviting us for this very purposeful simulation exercise. As we are also part of public health response, so we have been conducting such type of simulation exercises in past in COVID-19 again in the you can see CBR activities, different activities we have been conducting. So this is totally a different type of simulation exercise. So I have a bit of comments from the previous presentation shared by presented by the Rajasthan they stated that during the presentation that during the initial plan and they use the for evacuation purpose they use the social media and print media, electronic media to easily evacuate the community. So my question is it possible if we are doing into these simulations and are in practicality, is it possible that the community in certain crisis situation will use that social media rather than using the religious and community leaders to help out and evacuate the affected community?
Right, basically what they were presenting that they have identified certain safe areas or the safe havens, probably the word they use, where they are going to establish the relief camps. So it is basically the use of the print and electronic media and the social media to let the people know that what are the safe areas, so that in case of disaster they can move to those areas. So it was for that purpose to let them know that where in case of disaster they have to go. Uske liye basically they had used these different platforms. During the disaster, it was before the disaster. Before the disaster, बताएंगे if disaster happened, you have to go to so and so safe place. उस context में.
So in one of the presentation on the infrastructure, there was very interesting figure on the schools, right? Due to some of the precautionary measures, out of over 400 schools, there was only one school damaged. So I'm curious about what were the precautionary measures taken that in the earthquake of 7.1 magnitude, only one school was damaged. So this is very encouraging. I would like to know about the precautionary measures. Thank you, sir.
Right. As I mentioned earlier, that irrespective of any impending disaster, the infra and advisory and wing of NDMA, that they keep, you can say, issuing different advisories and the guidelines for the retrofitting of existing infrastructure, what are the weaknesses and how to improve those infrastructures, right? So those guidelines have been issued, and that what I was mentioning after the presentation, that we have shared those guidelines with all the provinces, all the concerned departments in April of this year, because Infra and Advisory Group the wing was established in the start of this year. So it's hardly about 8 to 9 months old. So they issued their advices in the April, right? So in which they are keeping in view the different donations and the types of structure which are present in different areas of Pakistan. So they have identified those, they have mapped those infrastructures, and then keeping in view the weaknesses, they have put forth the recommendations to retrofit those infrastructure before the disaster. So those have been issued. If you are interested, those advices, alerts can be given. You can contact the concerned manager of infra. He will be able to share the required details with you. Anything else? Right. Right. Anything, the suggestions or the comments from the participants we have online from the Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan?
Switch on the mic.
Right, okay. If no comments, then ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We will conclude today's this session of the CIMICS of 3rd December. And as I mentioned earlier that we had planned initially for the implementation of third scenario as well. So PDMA Punjab, they will be joining us tomorrow. And I request the presence of all the participants who have come here and those participants especially from the humanitarian partners and our humanitarian assistants, NGOs and INGOs, etc. to make it to join us tomorrow, because the 4th of December we have kept exclusively for the documentation by the NGOs and INGOs, what they have contributed, what are their plans, and how do they will be able to muster the resources in case of any disaster. Required templates and guidelines we have already issued. So let's have tomorrow a good discussion on the humanitarian aspect of the disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to NDMA. As you are aware that today is the second day of National Simulation Exercise, and today basically we had kept for the complete day for our humanitarian partners and NGOs and INGOs. So basically the main aim is to get to know each other, because we had our interaction, they were quite long, you can say long ago. So we thought that taking advantage of the presence of all you here in this mission exercise, we can understand each other, and because we are humanitarian partners and NGOs, they have been contributing a lot in the any disaster situation, not only during the disaster but in the pre-disaster phase as well in the development of different sectors. So that was basically aim, and in addition we also thought to take advantage of this opportunity to the requirement which we shared with all the partners to share with us and let everybody know that what all contributions they have been making in the past in different respective sectors. What are their existing capacities in case of any disaster, God forbid, happens in Pakistan, and how much they can generate and contribute in, let's say, 3 to 4 or to 7 days even after the disaster. So that was basically the aim. So we will start off with the formal presentations, and after the refreshment break, we will have the presentation from the PDMA Punjab on the scenario 3 of this mission exercise, that was the smog, because yesterday they had some official commitment, so they could not join. So after the initial presentations, before the tea break, we will have the presentation from the Humanitarian partners, thereafter by the PDMA Punjab, and then we will complete the rest of the presentation from the Humanitarian partners before the concluding. So initially the chairman is having some official commitment in the general headquarters, so hopefully he will be able to join us after the refreshment break. So thank you very much once again, and we hope for a very good interaction and good input and contribution from all the presenters. Thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, starting off with today's scenario, which is basically aimed towards the humanitarian agencies. The commitments of the humanitarian assistance, which includes the UN agencies, NGOs, INGOs, and even the philanthropist organizations, it has made a significant difference in the lives of the people, and the collaborative effort between all the agencies has always been crucial, and in addressing the immediate needs of the affectees in disasters. Timely interventions in all the sectors has not only supported in alleviating the sufferings, but also fostered the resilience in the face of adversity, and to further enhance the collective response and to document the impacts of these agencies, there is a need to catalog all contributions during the different disaster response initiatives. So basically today what we require is, or we have requested is, response to the exercise scenario of especially of the earthquake, then the respective sector-wise data and details of the assistance provided, and then the sector-wise existing humanitarian assistance resource potentials both in kind and in cash, and the potential that can be generated in the next 24 to 96 hours, which are very crucial in case of any disaster. So we'll just be showing the name tags of different agencies, and we expect that you would be coming over and giving the presentation. So thank you so much.
You realize that cumulatively, with about over 143,000 individuals being displaced either internally or to other places. Some of them actually got housed in camps that were established temporarily, but the impact for the flooding was not as huge as the previous years. The breakdown for the other provinces you can actually see from, say, Sindh, Balochistan, KB, which were the worst affected. And in terms of infrastructure damage, in terms of capacity building, this year we also worked with various provincial disaster management authorities. That resulted in the capacity building of different disaster management authorities and humanitarian centers of around 150. We hope to do the same for Sindh, Punjab, Pakistan, and KD. This was actually coming out from the report that flood lesson report, which recommended enhancing our coordination and capacities with authorities. In that report, which showed that the coordination at national level and provincial level was strong, but our coordination with the district authorities was a bit weak. So it was a way of enhancing the humanitarian coordination capabilities and efficacy at local level. We also want to thank the Nodal Board, the NDMA, and the BDMA, who also helped us in this process. Currently, we are also working on an earthquake contingency plan, just to look at what happens if we have something like what happened in 2005 or 2018. So yesterday it was presented in the XCT. It's not endorsed yet, but by next week the document should be finalized. We've been consulting with a number of humanitarian partners and humanitarian actors. All this it helps also in resource mobilization because when we presented it yesterday, we also presented it to the donors to get the buy-in in case of the worst case scenario. One thing that was actually reflected yesterday is the need to have humanitarian presence in the country. You might also recall that when 2022 floods happened, OCHA in Pakistan scaled down to only 5 personnel. So that actually impacted negatively in terms of humanitarian coordination architecture in the country. So moving forward, it was also one recommendation that came from the donors, the humanitarian NGOs, as well as from the UN agencies, that there is need for continued OCHA presence in the country to help in terms of coordination and resource mobilization. If we can move to the last slide. Then in terms of the winter strategy, we have the shelter NFI sector led by IOM, which is actually leading. They've done a presentation on the strategy on the 1st of November, and I have my colleagues here from IOM who can take over and give the final details in terms of where we stand in terms of winter strategy. Thank you. Over to IOM.
Next slide, please. So the first two slides of this presentation are focused on some options that we as a sector will present to wider stakeholders and community here. So if you look at this chart at the bottom of the slide here, that basically presents very basic flow of options that are available on the sector side. And these are considered like recommendations which you can consider based on the capacity and funding available. So from the left side, the most basic thing which we recommend can be provided, which is also the cheapest, and then we move towards the right. get to more advanced things, but they're obviously more costly. And then we get into funding constraints and funding availability. But considering the scenarios that we were given yesterday, for the purpose of the simulation exercise, we're recommending starting with basic items such as providing blankets, warm clothing, blankets, if possible. And then if you have availability of funding, then you can move towards more advanced things like providing housing, bring food to housing, stores, floors, administration materials, and things like that. Next slide. So based on that, what is the SNFI and CCM sector recommending considering the scenario and the simulation exercise? The two main options that we recommend to maximize assistance and protect people who were affected by earthquake or whatever natural disaster. The two advices we are recommending right now, first of all, distribution of FI kits. So specifically, we are recommending the distribution of winter kits, which includes 2 blankets, 2 shawls, 2 shawls for adults, 4 for children, and 1 for the mattress. This is the standard kit that has been approved by the sector. You go to other countries, you might see some changes based on the context, but in Pakistan, this is the standard basic one that we have based on the sphere standards, as we say. We can't change that. We're willing to recommendations, see the recommendations to change the kit. So that's the first option. And then the second one is provision of what we call T-shelters or transitional shelters, providing improvement of shelters, specifically in these areas affected by this earthquake or natural disaster. Next slide. Next slide. So what has the sector done so far to do not preparedness? I think you mentioned we developed an annual winterization plan. We just recently developed a plan for 2024-2025 winter that was presented to sector partners for feedback. And based on their feedback, submitted and was presented to the RC and ACT level. Endorsed by them, and now our plan is to share with wider stakeholders, including government partners. In terms of information management, we do have information IM staff at the provincial level and at national level who are compiling data and using just 500 metrics, keeping model stock, mapping, etc. Updated. We are hosting coordination meetings from the SNY sector side. We are hosting meetings at Islamabad level, and then at provincial level, Peshawar, Karachi, and then at hub levels in various districts. And of course, media based, they host the meeting as well because the sector participates. We completed the partner stock and mapping exercise. Some of it has been presented in the next slides. And of course, we need to provide technical guidelines, views, review, and things like that. We have a supporting the early warning system here and there as possible, supporting the media. Next slide. So here I'm presenting figures. So this slide is about our type of stock that was distributed to sector partners in the past. I have the data available from 2022 onwards. So from 2022, where there was a big flood, and then 2023, 2024, there were again floods, smaller scale, but still monsoon related rainfall and flood. And the sector was able to distribute this many kits, this many households across the country. Primarily, we targeted provision of shelter fixing kits because these people could use to fix their damages in their homes. And then we focused on provision of tarpaulin chains to provide temporary cover. And then other kits such as winter kits, kitchen sets, FI kits. And then of course, for female headed households or households for females, we also provide IUD and energy kits. Pretty consistent, big numbers, the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands across the board here. Provided for the sector. Next slide, please. So, one of the scenario was yesterday we prepared this slide of what we have currently available. Sorry, before I go further, I should clarify. These figures do not include the stock which the premium is having in their houses. So, the premium is in, but we know they have huge number of stock in their houses. But this is just the sector partners. Sector partners also might have this much stock available currently in their houses, which can be provided in this scenario and this image was yesterday. So this is a number of warm clothing, winter goods, etc. Goods across the board can be provided. And the sector partners, we have 128 registered partners in our with us from the north to south of the country. So we, based on previous experience, we are confident we can provide a response within 24 to 96 hours. We have experience, we have the know-how, what and how to do, where to go, how to assess, and how to issue. So all the stock that within the first line can be distributed within 24 to 96 hours. In terms of 7 days, the sir was talking about it's a bit more complicated because it's all subject to funding availability. Donors have asked us to be realistic about funding availability. There are some things we can do such as cash appeal in case of massive emergency, or funding and things like that. To mobilize funding, we do have certain reserve funding, but most of us work project to project basis. So what I can say in terms of beyond 7 days, if we have funding available, we can easily procure and secure tens of thousands of different advocates and provide support to easily hundreds of thousands of households. But that's all subject to funding availability. That's why I left this in the last group tonight, just to give you an idea. This was a summary from my side.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. My name is Dr. Rashid Ahmed. I'm representing UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund. Thank you very much, NDMA. Thanks to members and honorable members for giving us UNFPA this opportunity to discuss about our mandate, UNFPA's mandate, and most important, to talk about our shared responsibility during any humanitarian emergency. So, कैसे? Oh, thank you so much. Okay. So first thing that comes to our mind in any humanitarian emergency is why reproductive health in emergencies? Every time, any coordination meeting, the first question that we are asked is reproductive health and even gender-based violence in emergencies. What is the connection? So any humanitarian emergency, out of the total population, a quarter of the entire population are women of reproductive age, women who will become pregnant if they are married. And when there is pregnancy, it always comes with complications. And we all know during humanitarian emergencies, access to services, access to supplies becomes difficult. That's why it is important we keep considering this very important life-saving intervention during humanitarian emergencies. I will not go into the details of these figures, but let me reiterate that it is always very important to think about any form of abuse, violence, particularly gender-based violence in emergencies. And that is our collective job, to mitigate those risks, to prevent and to respond to any such unfortunate incidents of GBV. So in humanitarian emergencies, we UNFPA take the responsibility, and other humanitarian partners, UN agencies, NGOs and INGOs, we deliver reproductive health services and gender-based violence in emergencies. And the minimum standard we use or we adopt are called minimum initial service package. These are the minimum services. These are life-saving interventions. We implement these services within 48 hours without even conducting an assessment. Why not assessment? I will talk about that in my next slides. So these are activities that we implement. Number one is like coordination. We have coordination groups, active coordination forums at national level and in the provinces for SRH, reproductive health, and for GBV. So collectively, we worked, as I mentioned earlier, to prevent sexual violence in response to the need of survivors, reduce morbidity and mortality due to STIs particularly, excess maternal and newborn morbidity and mortality, and unintended pregnancies, and last, how we will go back to the normal. I mean, ensuring comprehensive services. So the reason I mentioned earlier, we do not need to even conduct an assessment, and thanks to NDMA for adopting this miscalculated method to calculate what is the total number of pregnant women in our targeted population or in the affected population. What are the different complications? what are at-risk, what are the numbers of at-risk population, we use this calculator. So now, for this particularly any humanitarian this particular winter emergency, what is our preparedness action? We used to keep updating our minimum preparedness section. That is a long list. I will not talk about that, but updating that long list every year and for every specific scenario, we continue to strengthen our partnership at national level with National Disaster Management Authority, in the provinces with Provincial Disaster Management Authorities, as well as with the Department of Health, so to make sure gender responsive SRH services. And then we keep conducting this orientation, why SRH and why GBV in humanitarian emergencies. We conduct this orientation for all policy makers. And we are engaged currently in building capacity in these two areas of SRH and GBV. We conduct these safety audits. We are engaged at national and in the provinces in GBV referral pathways. So this is just to share with you currently where we are, like our current operational presence. So taking this opportunity, I will also acknowledge the generous support of our donors, particularly United States, the Government of Australia, Government of Netherlands, and Government of Canada, that they are supporting us in service delivery for Afghan refugees in KP and Balochistan and host communities in these two provinces. But we have some presence in Gilgit-Baltistan. The reason I'm sharing this is whenever there will be an emergency, this operational presence is giving us an opportunity to scale up to respond to that humanitarian emergency. So, meanwhile, we do not pre-position these interagency reproductive health kits in Pakistan, but we have these items pre-positioned in our central warehouse in Copenhagen. Within a week time, we can bring in. So these kits are planned for like different population. The biggest is for 150,000. These are huge in quantities, enough for a response for 3 months. So if there will be an emergency, God forbid, if there will be an activation of clusters and scale-up activation, we can bring these interagency reproductive health kits within a week time. Besides that, we distribute dignity kits, clean delivery kits, and newborn baby kits. For these, we do not need to go for Copenhagen. These are available through our local agreements with local vendors. We can buy these anytime. Most important is like, are we prepared? So earlier I talked about that minimum preparedness action. So these preparations, identifying vendors, having agreement with them, and other supply chain related interventions are part of that minimum preparedness action. UNFPA under the leadership of WHO is co-chairing, in fact, a reproductive health working group at national level and in the provinces. We, under the protection working group or under the protection sector, we are also co-chairing with the government, GBV sub working group. Currently, these are active, pretty much active in some provinces, some, yes, we are struggling. But the purpose of these working groups are to support government systems in preparedness, in contingency planning, making sure that UNFPA mandated areas and SRH and GBV are parts and parcel of these plans. So thank you so much. Any question if you want to ask?
Right, just one question.
Yes, please.
The third last slide which you mentioned, including the thank you slide. Oh.
This one?
Next. Yes, this one. What is the existing capacity of, let's say if there is some disaster, God forbid, so how much reaction time for the provision of these minimums, you can say the kits which you have mentioned, and what is the approximate capacity of the number of these kits? Perfect. How much population can be, you can say, the
Yes, that's a good question. Thank you so much. First of all, the members of the RH working group, we jointly prepare these preparedness plans or contingency plans. So we know how much of these kits are available with UNHCR, with other UN agencies, with IRC. That's our information because we keep maintaining a database that is called 5W matrix. Now, kits capacity. That one kit, for instance, if there is 10,000 population affected, we demand one kit for the primary services at the community level. At a bigger hospital, the kit composition and kit content is prepared, planned and prepared for 3 months for 30,000 population. At much higher level, where we refer cases for more complicated cases of like pregnancies, a tertiary care hospital, that kit is planned and prepared for 3 months for 150,000 population. So if there are 100,000 population affected, we order 10 kits block A, 3 kits block B, and 1 kit block C. I hope I'm clear. Yeah.
So आपकी सर GCC में आपके पास एक है ये वाला डेटा?
GCC, yeah, we work very closely with GCC. Oh, Miss, this one. This one, yes. This is from global surveys. This is an average number of these leading devices, not for Pakistan, not specifically, because it is like a stigma attached to it, and it's very hard, isn't it, to collect information and data on HIV and AIDS in Pakistan. Yeah, it's a bit difficult.
I think we need to talk.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that is the key question. We have limited research available in Pakistan on different topics or indicators on which we can plan.
Yes.
For example, we keep on talking of we are negatively being impacted by climate change, but we don't know exactly how, where, to what extent, in what sector. At least we need to have a sense of these things.
I fully agree with you, member. Yeah.
I request you if you also continue working on this.
Yes.
We'll talk to this
UNFPA at this data level is working with Bureau of Statistics for projections in these areas. So we have information available on certain indicators. For instance, like maternal mortality ratio, for instance, number of pregnancies, and we do, like there was a maternal mortality survey conducted in 2018-19, which was published. And further to that, we also engage with Bureau of Statistics for projections. So some, yes, we do. And let me also share this information for climate change. Again, climate change, the linkages of the climate change and how it is impacting women for their reproductive health, particularly that intangible loss and damage in terms of mental health. We currently engage through our research institute. We are in the process of conducting a research, and soon we will share the findings of this report, particularly with NDMA, just because NDMA has recently in COP29 it became a voice for COP29 it became a strong voice in highlighting the impacts of climate change on women and young girls for their reproductive health, thanks to NDMA.
But I understand these statistics are quite high if we talk of Pakistan.
Exactly, yes. Yes, I agree.
There are some statistics. Those are estimates, but there are.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Masuma Kizilbash, representing UNICEF Pakistan here. I will start my presentation. Just to begin with a little bit of overview for those who may not know UNICEF's operations as much. We are a UN agency that is working for promoting and protecting the rights and well-being of children and women in Pakistan since 1948. If you look at the map of Pakistan, that gives us our presence. We have our country office, if you can see from the blue, it's in Islamabad, and then we have field offices in all the 4 provinces. We do not have offices in the regions, but we do have offices in all the 4 provinces. We have also post the 2022 floods, we have our hub offices in the 3 provinces, Punjab, Sindh and Balochistan. For this scenario, we are talking about Balochistan, so more relevant here for Balochistan and KP. We have offices in KP, Balochistan, and then we have a hub office in Sydney. So these are the 3 official presences apart from the Islamabad office, which is the country office. I tried to comply with the format that was given to us, but of course we worked slightly differently, so I have made some slight adjustments to the template just to make it work for us and for NDMA. As UNICEF, we have our core humanitarian policy and framework, which is called Core Commitments for Children in Humanitarian Action. This is our key guiding principle. This gives us a gist of what are our commitments as being a humanitarian agency working for the rights of children under the 5 programs that we work. And the 5 programs that we work on are primarily WASH, water and sanitation, nutrition, health, education, child protection. So the core commitments define what we are committed to do in case, and it's a whole gist of our commitments to that part of the humanitarian action. Coming to this simulation exercise for Balochistan and KP, we have some stocks in KP, but primarily our stocks are in Karachi in the 2 warehouses. Also, we have some stocks in Quetta. So for this kind of scenario, if there is an earthquake in and the southern and the northern parts of the 2 provinces are impacted, we can mobilize our stocks to the affected districts that are there, that have been mentioned. So this is just to give a bit of overview. We were asked to share what supplies we have, and to give you in a nutshell, we have way more than what we have given here. This, I just picked up all the key things that we could adjust to this template, but each year we pre-position contingency stock that suffices about 200,000 people impacted in any part of the country. And the value of our current stock that we have, because after the 2022 floods, there was a point where we had stocks worth of 5.4 million. Then we are now, because stocks also expire and then we have to rotate them. Right now we have stocks worth 3.9 million in the warehouses, mainly Damco and Karachi, also JPMC, and some in our provinces also. And some also, apart from that, we also have some stocks that are with our IPs, so that is not included in this one. Talking about under the bigger headings that we were provided, I tried to make some adjustments, and apologies for that if that hinders. But under the shelter and protection that was given to us, we have moved from the regular tents to high performance tents since the last 3-4 years. So right now we have a total of 142 high performance tents of various sizes. You can see from the first column under the tents, these are high performance tents of 24. Sorry? Oh, this is. Yes. Yeah, so you can see the details here. We have the different types of sizes of these tents. For nutrition program, we have the 24 square meter ones, and then for child protection because we need bigger space, it's 48 square meters, and then for education because we have to have a whole classroom, we have 87. These are the largest sizes that were there. Now, since these are high performance tents and we have learned through our experience, they have really worked well, although they're way more expensive than the regular tents, but they provide such good support. We have totally moved to this. It comes with some accessories, and we are also right now in the warehouse maintaining the solar lighting kits along with these high performance tents. Of course, we keep tarpaulin and we keep mosquito nets. You can see the quantities that are there. I just, for the interest of the group, because we had been talking about winter's scenario primarily today and yesterday. So right now this 2,800 is just what we have as a contingency still in the warehouse, but overall we had 28,000 winter's kits. The contents of the kits can be seen here. These are the clothing, internal clothing, external clothing, shoes, hat and everything. Caps for the children from 0 to 12 years of age. They are in 7 sizes. We had been distributing these and we got excellent feedback from the communities. We have been focusing more on the snowbound areas of Balochistan and KP, and also then every time we coordinate with SDMA and GBDMA to distribute some quantities in the 2 regions also. This year for the winter season, we have already moved our supplies, these winter kits and blankets. You can see the blankets here. This quantity is correct. Overall, it's actually 12,900 in all. We have already moved our supplies to the 2 provinces and the 2 regions. So just to give you a bit on the winter support that we are, and we are in discussion with IOM also to see how we can align what we as UNICEF doing a little part of our contribution to this important need that's there. Apart from that, I'll not read all these because you can see I just added from our matrix. Our matrix is just to add what we how we pre-position our stocks is that we look at the 5 programs and see what are the minimum key items that we must procure and put in the warehouse so that if there is an emergency, we can quickly kickstart our support and response because it takes time to start procuring. We have long-term agreements with key vendors, and this gives us a breathing space of few weeks that we can start our response, and in the meanwhile, the vendors give us the stocks that we need to have the full support that is required. Coming to in a earthquake scenario that has been given to us, what we do as soon as there is a prompt that there has been unfortunate event anywhere in the country, immediately the first thing that is needed is to verify the nature and the extent of that emergency. With our staff, we talk to our field offices if that's in one of the provinces. We talk to our government official partners, other UN agencies, our implementing partners, media reports and all that to give us first-hand information of what has happened and how bad it is. Of course, that is informed by rapid needs assessments, which are initially quick and dirty. And for that, of course, we coordinate with other UN agencies and with the government. That coordination with the government humanitarian actors is also strengthened to either working as working groups, which we have been doing since the past few years, or God forbid, if there is a big emergency and a cluster system is activated, then we work under the cluster meetings. And of course, at the senior level, the humanitarian country team, which is the heads of the UN agencies, they also meet regularly, and all that coordination is taken care of. One big thing that comes in our way as soon as an emergency strikes is funds mobilization, because we have mechanisms, and the mechanisms have worked very well. We have our own UNICEF's emergency pool fund, which quickly gives us usually $1 or $2 million is usually received through our internal means, and then we kickstart our response using the internal funds. We also reprogram the available resources, talking to the donors and getting their green on that. We also work at interagency level using SERF, the Central Emergency Response funds, other pool funds that are there. So, and of course, we engage with donors both locally and at headquarters, because UNICEF Pakistan works very closely with our regional office, which is in Kathmandu, Nepal, and we have our headquarters. We worked very, very effectively in the 2022 floods also, and it really helped in mobilizing donors who are sitting at the headquarter level and regional office. So our machinery works as a whole team, depending, just like NDMA, how if it is a small emergency and government has good capacity, we don't need to intervene so much. But if it is bigger, UNICEF Pakistan comes in, or the region or the headquarter also comes in based on the needs that are out there. And apart from that, one quick thing that we need to do, and I'm sharing this just how we work as the agency, the first thing is that we start releasing situation updates for our internal offices also, the regional and headquarter, so that they can talk to the big donors also if it is needed, and we can tell the outside world that such an event, such an crisis situation or emergency has taken place, so that they can come in with support. We start producing situation reports as soon as possible, and that has really, really helped us, because what we have seen is this is a great resource mobilization tool and also information sharing tool. Our entire response, every year we start off with emergency preparedness platform, which is our UNICEF's internal platform. We look at the expected scenario, and based on that scenario we come up with our response plans. This is a UNICEF's global tool. It's a very effective tool that gives us a exercise to know what would be the scenario like let's say for this earthquake scenario, we will pick up our response plan and put this 2.7 million that has been given to us under this scenario, and we'll quickly see what is it that we need as UNICEF in terms of our implementing partners, our staffing, our stock and everything, and this gives us a whole snapshot of what needs to be done. So this is a response plan. Then UNICEF is also working as sector lead under WASH and nutrition sectors, and also education we are co-lead with Save the Children, and child protection is a sub-sector that we lead as the agency, and of course we work with all the agencies on various sectors. I talked about contingency stock before. We maintain the minimum stock every year in the warehouse, and as I said, right now we have 3.9 million worth of stock in the warehouses. And we have long-term agreements that really help us, and we have within small lead time of few weeks we get all the supplies that we need. If it is offshore, it's a big problem and it takes very long. That's why we try to bring it in country, or we have to airlift it if we want to get it very quickly, like we did for 2022 floods. We have contingency partnership agreements. We right now have like 42 standby partnerships with different NGOs, national and international, and they really, really help us, because as soon as there's an event, there's an emergency, we through one email can activate our standby partnerships and get the partners going using the stocks that we have in the warehouse and the money that we have either reprogrammed or mobilized within the organization, and get the things going. We have, in this kind of a scenario, we have different options. We can move our staff from Punjab and from Sindh provinces to KP and Balochistan if need be. I forgot to mention, UNICEF has a staffing capacity of 381 staff all over the country. So we have sufficient capacity in the provinces also, but if need be, we can use our rapid response teams to mobilize staff from one province to the other, and they can quickly give the extra helping hand that is needed. Or we have the surge teams, which we have on our rosters that can be mobilized internationally, or we also have a regional rapid response team, which is a set of very seasoned experts who know how to manage emergencies, and they can be mobilized to come into any of the regional countries or beyond. One key area of work is the communications and media outreach, which works very effectively, and every time we've seen that if this section in our office works effectively, we are very capable of quickly getting all the donors sensitized to the situation and quickly get the money that is needed badly to get all that support that is definitely required for the women and children of Pakistan. I'll stop.
Right, I will just take a few minutes to explain the portal which I have, humanitarian assistance portal over here. So basically, the data which we had requested all the humanitarian partners. Basically, we are compiling that complete data to have the visibility. For example, the data which is available at the moment with us. There are 40 national NGOs, 32 INGOs, 12 UN organizations, and there are 22 development partners. So these are the different data at the moment which we could, you can say, compile with us, definitely with input from all the concerned, the figure which I have mentioned. So the basic aim was to have the visibility of the current potentials and the same data or the same template we had shared with you all, so that we can have the visibility that what are the existing potential or cumulative existing potential across the country in all the sectors that include the shelter and protection, health, hygiene, sanitation, food, nutrition, equipment, miscellaneous, and cash, etc. So basically, it is just to have a visibility that in case of any disaster, what all we can request and to whom. Because once yesterday we have seen, those who are present here, that the affected population which is calculated by the technical team, that automatically goes to the logistic, with the logistic teams. They calculate that but all resources are available with them. And whatever the deficiency after, you can see this seeing the stocks which were available with the respective PDMS or with the NDMA. So any deficiency that we expect and we hope that our humanitarian partners, all those who are working in respective field, they will be able to chip in. So basically for that purpose, we require to maintain the data over here. So that is basically the request. So whether the presentation which you are making today include this data or not, right? It is just a request that you may share the data with us so that we can tag it over here, so that at least we have some visibility that how much we can expect or how much we can bank on our humanitarian partners in case of any disaster. So that is basically the aim, to have the visibility. Rest, as far as the possession of those stocks is concerned, the utilization of those stocks is concerned, definitely that is at your discretion, but definitely on our request to you. So that was basically the aim which I mentioned earlier during the start of this of today's session as well. So we request that if you have given the data, well and good, we have brought today, or if there is some gap which is not included, so I will request again that my concerned staff, who are dealing with all the partners and INGOs, NGOs, they will get in touch with your concerned staff so that we have the visibility, and we will also request to keep updating the data whenever there is some change. Because this is the data which is shown to all the delegates who are visiting NDMA. These include not only the senior leadership of Pakistan, if that includes the Prime Minister or the concerned ministers, but the foreign visiting delegates as well. And if we have let's say we have a delegate from a particular country, and we know that an NGO of that country is working in Pakistan, so we also show the data of that. For example, for example, anyone. So let's say we have. So this was the data which we compiled. What is the footprint of the NGO? So the helping hand. So we have the visibility, and this has been, you can geotag with the input from a helping hand in NDMA. And we know that what are there, you can see the stock inventory which is mentioned over here. So whenever any delegate which is visiting NDMA, we show this data to them. So the updated data with us is not only the recognition of what you are doing, but it's also a source of contentment for that visiting delegate as well, that a particular NGO from their country is working in Pakistan, and this is how much they are contributing or what they can contribute in case of any disaster. So that is basically the aim of having or compiling this complete data. So I will request again that to share with us the data, and if there is some change, we can have a separate, you can see this exercise or sitting with the concerned staff, so they can come to NDMA, they can look at their data and they get it updated. That if there is some, you can say the thing which is missing, has not been included, we can include that. And if there is something which is not on ground, but erroneously has been, you can say the marked over, we can reduce, you can say exclude that as well. So this is, you can say, one of the, you can say the aim which I kept once we planned this CIMIX and having an exclusive day for our partners. This is one of the requirements. So I will it was just to highlight or reiterate the request which I made earlier. Thank you very much. So WFP, please.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning all colleagues. WFP, actually you know about the logistics part. We take the lead in any emergency operations. So I will give you the overview how we operate and based on the current scenario, how we are going to support these operations. Actually this is the currently what warehouse available across Pakistan we are having. So this is just our view that this current scenario is also based on KP district where we have some floods. So you will see the overview of all entire Pakistan, how many warehouses we are having and what is the capacity and how we are going to support from here. Apart from that, we have some material response facilities. So this is also being used during the any flood operations. WFP is having the expertise to erect, to functionalize any logistic hub within a few days time. In case of any emergency happens, so we mobilize our staff to go to establish the hub and then provide support to the partners. Based on this current scenario, the only information which I got the cluster has not been activated. Brigade Sub is right. So it's mean if the cluster is not activated, then we may offer on-demand services to the partner as well. But if cluster is activated, then the scenario will become very changed, and then we may get the aid, and we will be having a sufficient funds available, which can be utilized to support all the partners. So, based on the current situation, we have pre-positioned some emergency stocks available. We have a contract awards in place for the transportation mainly, which we use during any emergency operations across Pakistan. And we have, with the support of NDMA, we also co-lead logistic working group. Also, we have sufficient stocks of mobile storage unit, which can be deployed anywhere, which is stationed at the moment across Pakistan, 3 strategic warehouse locations in Pakistan: Karachi, Quetta, and Peshawar. For the current scenario, what we see that we are planning, if this happens for a bit, so we can easily depute our staff to establish a hub over Ziyarat, Harnai, and CP, and our main warehouse should be available in Quetta, which is the primary. Which I have explained earlier that we may provide the logistic provision to all the partners. Upstream transportation, downstream transportation, storage, procurement, cold chain equipment purchase, temperature sensitive logistics. These are the areas which we usually provide support to the partners. If the logistic cluster is not activated, so that can be sourced from WFP. One thing I want to add here regarding the planning which is happening, which the other presentation I have listened. Usually, whenever any emergency happens, the contracts, awards are not in place. This is a challenge which we faced. This time, what we did, we have already contracted and been awarded different shipments, different trucks, per metric ton, per trucks,
a small truck, bigger truck, so that is already in place. In case something happens, so we are ready. Only thing is lacking at the moment is the funding. As soon as the funding is available, we can easily come any disaster. Same example which I want to give. During the last 2022 floods, where WFP has deputed our staff to support NDMA, provided 3,000 trucks in 3 months' time to transportation of NFI across Pakistan, and plus shipping operation, port operation, airport support. We have a staff available to support NDMA if anything is happening. Any question, please?
Right, thank you very much. We do acknowledge the contribution of WFP. As you mentioned, there are I think more than 2,000 trucks, more than we were provided to NDMA for the transportation of relief assistance which we received from the international from the other countries. So just a small question. The point you mentioned that we have warehouses, HRFs across Pakistan, and there were X metric tons of the relief stocks which are at the present available. So if you could just let us know what are the types of the stocks which are available in those warehouses?
Actually, we have a mobile storage units which usually provide support to NDMA as well. These are the stocks which is packed. We can open and we can operate anywhere. It is one day time we can install these MSUs across Pakistan within 24 hours. So the number, we have I think 15 MSUs available at the moment, stationed in Quetta, Karachi and Peshawar, which can be in case of emergency we can allocate this to PDMA or NDMAs.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any question? Thank you.
Next.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I am Dr. Samra Mazhar. I am representing World Health Organization. Our scenario is earthquake. So the scenario, yesterday it was. It was magnitude 7.1 with depth 20 kilometer. Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So Balochistan is moderately to heavy damage. Population exposed 2.1 million. Death is 3,000. Injuries around 8,000. Because during earthquake there are large number of traumatic injuries and fractures. There is damage to houses, hospitals, roads, railway, line station, airport. Damaged health facilities is 10 are fully damaged and 25 are partially damaged. So before going further, let me tell you something about World Health Organization, those who don't know. So it was founded in 1948. It is the United Nations agency that connects nations, partners and people to promote health, keep the world safe and serve the vulnerable. WHO Pakistan office was established in 1960 and support the government through ministries, departments of health. It is in the Eastern Mediterranean region. The regional office is at Eastern Mediterranean region, Cairo, and the headquarters is at Geneva. WHO Health Emergency Program work with all countries and partners to ensure the world is better prepared for all hazards, health emergencies that threaten global health security, and including all emergencies after any type of disaster, any pandemic or even endemics. So this is our presence in the country, in all 4 provinces and AJK. In Gilgit-Baltistan, it is run through a coordinator present at Islamabad. So I think we all know that during earthquake, the first 3 days and the first week is very important, and according to the magnitude of the scale of the disaster. So immediate needs for during the first to second week, establishment of an incident management system. WHO is leading the health sector, so they establish an incident management system. Internal need assessment to develop an operational response plan. We have already hubs at Quetta and Peshawar that can be activated for coordination and response activities. Health sector coordination meetings can be started within 48 hours. Deployment of emergency medical teams for first aid services and triage services. These medical teams are available in the country and we can engage them. Provision of immediate health services to the injured patient and arrange ambulance services for transportation to referral health facilities, the higher facilities, because as in these districts health facilities are damaged, and for traumatic injuries there may be head injuries, there may be fractures, so we need a higher facility. Due to the damaged health facilities, medical camps will be established at the facilities and mobile medical clinics teams for outreach services. Availability of emergency health kits and other supplies. So WHO's strength is to provide the medicine supplies and equipment, ambulances during any type of emergencies. So we have examples of flood 2022, and we have already provided both of the provinces, Balochistan and KP, a large number of ambulances and other equipment for the post-floods. So resource mobilization through Central Fund for Emergency and SERF funding. Central Fund for Emergency, it is from the headquarters, and they can provide $1 million to $10 million immediately according to the scale of the magnitudes. So what will be the key needs and priorities for 2 to 4 weeks, like within 1 month? Due to poor water and sanitation services, there will be outbreaks of acute watery diarrhea, cholera, malaria. Disease surveillance system and data reporting will be established. Situation reviews generated and disseminated. Rapid response team deployed for disease outbreak investigation and response. We closely work with the National Institute of Health and the other provincial disease surveillance units. Enhance intersectoral coordination with shelter, wash and nutrition specifically. Increase search capacity for additional human resource and procurement of medicine supplies for continuity of care. We can hire local, national HR and even international teams come for according to the scale of the magnitude of the disaster. So procurement of medicine supplies locally, we can do it before 1 month, and after within a month we can apply for the international procurement. As we all know, mental health issues are common in resettlement and temporary displacement situation due to loss of life and property. Psychological first aid services shall be in place. Community engagement sessions for awareness for risk of diseases and infection prevention and control. So we engage the local NGOs for this psychological first aid services. Then later it comes to, after 1 month, what are the priority needs? The partially damaged healthcare facilities will be rehabilitated through minor repairs and provision of supplies to make them functional. Continuity of essential health services such as reproductive, maternal, neonatal, child health. The RH working group, as UNFE informed, they work closely with the health cluster coordination group. Non-communicable disease shall be restored. Non-communicable disease can include the diabetic patient, the hypertension patient, the cancer patient. It shall be restored along with communicable disease. Immunization campaign shall be held for displaced population because all the facilities disrupted services. So special campaigns can be arranged for the displaced population for routine immunization and for polio campaigns. So if a disaster, after the disaster 1 month, if in the community there are mental health issues which prolong after 1 month, then it is the post-traumatic stress disorder, because people have lost their families, their properties, and later they face this post-traumatic stress disorder. It can occur in some percentage of population, so specific services and referral points shall be made available. Capacity building of the working healthcare staff and community workers to manage their own stress and their impending issues, other impending issues like infection prevention control, water purification. So we have to guide even the healthcare staff to provide these services. So what can be inclusive and quality programming for these priority interventions? It is the gender, people with disabilities and protection consideration. So medical camps to be established with equitable gender consideration. Pregnant women receive antenatal care, delivery and postnatal services. People with disabilities and vulnerable population receive timely care. Awareness raising and provision of GPV services, health to the community. There are some factors there. UNFPA is working regarding the health services in the health facilities, so WHO can work on that. Ensure that all staff and implementing partners, workers are aware and trained on, this is for the UN agencies and the implementing partners, they should be trained on the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, standards and guidelines. It is common during any post-disaster situation. So all the UN staff is binding to follow these standards. So for this scenario, we have a large number of quantity of medicine and supplies, which is the essential medicine like analgesic and antipyretic, both capsule and syrup for the adult and the children. So antibiotic capsule and syrup, there are intravenous infusion, eye and skin, because skin infections are common, then ORS sachets, water purification tablets. These are all required for the camps. So equipment, there should be patient monitor, ECG machine portable, there are ventilators, ultrasonography portable machines, or X-ray unit, oxygen concentrators and generators, as there will be no electricity in the earthquake area. So these are some of the supplies. It is the list is not limited to these. We can add more, but this is the usual basic. So keeping in view yesterday, which NDMA showed us. So the first aid kits we don't have at the moment, but mobile health unit and mobile health clinic, we have already distributed this in the KP and Balochistan. It is with the Departments of Health. We can utilize them immediately. So mobile health.
Let's say these are in KP and the earthquake in some other area, so you can move these.
Yes, we can move. Actually, I have just informing about KP and Rajasthan, but in the flood we have distributed all to the Sindh. Maybe not in Punjab, but Sindh, Balochistan and KP. Then initially we can provide this first aid kit for 10,000 persons because the size differs. So this is for the 50 persons for 200 first aid kits, and then we can add more 100. And we can also add this mobile health unit and mobile health. Mobile health clinics are mostly on the ambulances, and it is transformed to a clinic. So this is the relief assistance from my side. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Can we go to the first of this slide? We all need to take it as we all are going an exposure or training, and we are trying to understand what I would have personally expected. We have given a scenario. We know an earthquake has happened in this specific area. We are assuming that, and we are trying to train ourselves on likely responses, keeping in view our dates and how it would trigger. Or we can assume that is actually WHO, for example.
Yes.
It's not only specific to your other parts of it. That this would, for example, 7.1 earthquake with 20 kilometer depth that we have exposed 2.1 million population. We know that 3,000 are deaths and 8,000 injuries. Now, and how many health facilities are damaged? This is what we have given. Now, can we go to their response to the slide? Yes. Yes, yes. Now we quite well know how WHO or other partners would trigger their response. I would have expected personally establish 2 hubs at Quetta and Peshawar for coordination and response is okay. Due to water and due to poor water and sanitation services, there will be an outbreak. There is an outbreak of AWP for Is there an assumption or the best practices? How would they refer? How many? We have already said that this many population is affected. How many emergency kits overall is needed because WHO is one of the advisor also. The government of Pakistan or Ministry of Health.
Yeah.
Both need to come up that this much is the total requirement in the health sector. While we can mobilize this much, I would have expected that WHO would have come with a specific numerics that we need these many emergency kits, these many mobile OTs.
Yes.
We don't expect that to do all of them.
Yes.
For example, your last slide, sorry. Not this, the stocking.
This is the actual stock, yes.
This is the actual one. How many we needed for such kind of scenario? How many mobile units we need for such kind of scenario?
Yes.
How many oxygen concentrated
Yes, you are right.
we need for such kind of scenario? How many, if they are damaged, how can those be made functional during emergency response? So that is what we expect. We understand that, you have this at the moment, but you may advise that what all is required. But if 2.1 million people are exposed and 70,000 say are 7,000 are injured, so how many injuries are likely to be surgeries required as per best practices. The UNFPA showed that calculator.
Yes,
we would have appreciated if that calculator, that was serious that calculator. If that was done to this scenario and gave us a sense of how to trigger this.
Yes, you are right. May I respond? Yes. You're right. The UNFPA, they have a specific calculation for the MIS. This is a global standard calculation. So for first, I may tell you that the scenario given to us is not maybe rightly narrated, because if it's 7.1, depth is 20 kilometers. Yesterday you shown us that the earthquake in Quetta in 1935, depth was 12 kilometers. So 20 means a huge loss. But they told us that only 3,000 deaths. No, it's not possible. Only 6,000. I made it injuries they didn't say in the scenario. So according, if there is 3,000, then injuries may be 10,000 and 8,000, whatever it is. But for this type of magnitude, there should be a large number of deaths and fractures. But there is no such calculation point for this, that how much fractures will be done, because it is according to the which buildings have collapsed, where they were in open or they were in. But you are right, we can do this. For 10,000 emergency kit, we don't procure it as such, we assemble it. So for 10,000 population, there is one kit for this emergency trauma kit. Outbreak, they don't occur unless they are already in that community. Outbreak occur when there is within a week time, when the people are displaced, they don't have water, they don't have sanitation. proper facilities, so then the outbreak occurs. And for this, we have this rapid response teams and all the community engagement and risk. But still, we can add the numbers and all that. Thank you.
That was it was your feedback on the scenario.
Yes.
We would have appreciated it. That is also giving us a sense of how to do.
Yes.
Or we will have a check.
Yes.
If we come up with a counter-argument, it's an assumption based, but assumption based on some scientific analysis. We also expect from WHO or other lead technical agencies to come up with their scientific analysis of how to respond.
Yes, I've had OCHA is there. OCHA and all agencies are developing an earthquake contingency plan. I think we can add in that these factors which you have highlighted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next,
This is Anwar and I'm representing PHF on behalf of the DRO. So not the whole PHF, because most of the members from the PHF which are already here, and they will be presenting their own parts in bits and pieces in the same exercise. So I will be only presenting the DRO group under PHF. Yes, so Pakistan Humanitarian Forum, basically it's a humanitarian forum.
The DRR working group has anything to do with response?
So basically, sir, we have been invited for this, and we have tasked to present that how the PHF is the focal person for the humanitarian organizations can present. But because there are most of the organizations which are already invited bilaterally, they have their presentations bilaterally as well. So therefore, then we have to select.
No, I think, we all quite well know how PHF is organized, what it does. I don't know, I'll leave it to someone else. If there is anything to be contributed to these scenarios, I think that otherwise we should have excused it.
Yeah, because myself, I'm not from PHF exactly. So I have only been appointed to present on behalf of the DRO working group. Yeah, so apologies if I have misunderstood all this. Yeah, so these are 43 organizations. So again, I have, as I said earlier, so they are already here. Some of them are already presenting. So these are the PHF guiding principles, partnerships, representations, promotion of best practices, and adherence to humanitarian principles. So I will not go in much of detail. The scenario that is earthquake. So this is normally the procedures which already some of the UN agencies have narrated. That we have community engagements, like for example the organization which are under PHF, what we do in the wake of such scenarios, that community engagements are done, volunteers are mobilized for search and rescue, the situation analysis is done within 48 hours of the disaster. Then we have to also do the coordinations with the government and the UN agencies, information gathering on all the disaster needs and its impact, because it also depends on the scale of that disaster, that how much is the scale. And then internal resources mobilization, because some HR resources you have to mobilize, contingency stocks if they are already available, and then funds mobilization from the members. And then we have to look for the government and the UN agencies for the appeals. If there is already a decision on the appeal, so we have to look into that. And then a full-fledged response is out for this specific scenario. So these are the relief assistance capability. Again, this table presents the DRR members which have provided the data to us, because as you said earlier, sir, about the duplication, so it does not include 100% of the 44 organizations, because some of them are already here.
But you have the data of 100% of 44?
No, this is the data for the member organizations for DRR.
44 है उनका data है आपके पास cumulative figures?
Sir, we have to check for all those, and we can come back on this.
Instead of going to 44, if we go to you, वहाँ से में सारा data मिल जाता है, we will be able to. These are
I understand correctly if I'm wrong. I understand the shelter tents that you are mentioning have been reported by IU as a shelter unit also. They would have been reported by, if you are not just reporting them, you also reported their fruits. And if the donor is reporting, that is also fruits for education. And it has, it will result in a flawed response at the time. So, if you take any of the fund of things that the scenario that they're contributing to is being covered by another
organization.
network organization, we can excuse this. It's not necessary.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and because this data is still only for few of the organization, and I'm not sure that whether the tents are already reported under the shelter cluster or not, because there are organizations which are not reporting on the shelter cluster, or they are not member of the shelter cluster. So the IOM can guide on that, at how many members we have on the shelter cluster. So this data is purely for those organizations which they have reported to us. We can further bilaterally discuss all the 44 members and the data that we have, so that it can be reported in the best way possible to avoid all those duplications. And this is the relief assistance for the organizations, again, only those few organizations which are member of the DRR forums. So what we have done in the past, so this is all the archives of the organization which they have done. So that's all from my side.
Thank you.
Any questions, so please.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have a refreshment break for 30 minutes. 30 minutes? 20 minutes, right? We will have a refreshment break for 20 minutes, and then we will join back, and first we will have the response from the PDMA Punjab on the scenario of smog, and then after we will start up with the rest of the presentations. So thank you very much. So let's thank you very much.
Of scenario 3. So I'll just quickly read out what is the requirements. So basically, smog situation is related to Lahore and in a broader Punjab region. To address this issue effectively, a multifaceted approach is essential by integrating short, medium and long-term plans towards a sustainable solution to smog crisis. Severity of fog is expected to vary. In October, it's low to mild, while in November, fog intensity will increase to moderate levels. December and January is dense fog anticipated, especially across the plains. The impact areas are Lahore, Sheikhupura, Faisalabad, Gujranwala, Kasur, Peshawar, Nowshera, Mianwali, Khushab, Okada and Sahiwal. We'll be only playing PDMA Punjab. And for the requirements, next please. For the requirements, we'll be requesting the tech team, then National Institute of Disaster Management, and then PDMA Punjab. So over to the tech team.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tayyab, representing the technical team of the National Emergency Operations Center. The climate of Pakistan is primarily arid to semi-arid, and mostly we receive rainfall during the summer monsoon season, which is from the July till 15th of September. And then October, November, December are normally drier in terms of lesser precipitation that we receive during the November, December, and also in January. Because of the drier conditions that normally prevail, we are assuming right now that the exercise time is August, and the technical team would be providing the synoptic outlook of the meteorological projections for the month of October, November, December, and also the January. As a technical team has a number of different
tools through which we are analyzing both the sectoral emissions at a local scale at different districts of Punjab and also in the province of KP. And also coupled with the sectoral emissions, we also have an access to understand the atmospheric dynamics. And both of these dynamics together provide a conducive environment for the smog to prevail. As per the projection, the month of October, November and December is projected to remain more drier than normal. And also because of the drier condition, we also anticipate that there will be an upper higher level atmospheric pressure, which will cause the local emissions from different sectors to remain within the lower atmosphere. And also the humidity profile, normally because of lesser land surface temperature, the humidity normally remains higher during the month of October, November and December, which means that we would have a higher humidity, a higher atmospheric pressure at the upper atmosphere, coupled with very less wind speed. And these all are those conditions which makes a more conducive environment for the smog to prevail during the month of October, November and December. Since based upon a number of different contributing factors, for instance, the concentration of, if you direct your attention towards your back at the main screen.
Face for that side.
So we have an access to a number of different remote sensing based different atmospheric dynamics. For example, particulate matter 2.5, the concentration of sulfur dioxide, the surface layer ozone, the aerosol optical depth, the fugitive dust, and particulate matter 10. All of these are those factors that enforces the smog. And what we see that the concentration of these different particulate matters, the non-volatile organic compound, the SOx or NOx, are mostly concentrated near the Indo-Gangetic plain, also including the plains of Punjab and the plains of KP as well. In the month of October, based upon the monthly projection, if you direct your attention towards the right side of this portal, of this screen. So as per the monthly projection, the NUC team has projected that during the month of October, low to mild smog conditions will prevail in major. The NUC team has already shared these projections with all the concerned departments, and the situation is actually based on the actual analysis, and we have already shared these analysis and advisories to all the concerned department already in the month of August and October. So based on the monthly projections, most of the urban centers of the Punjab, which include the Lahore, Multan, Sheikhupura, Faisalabad, Gujranwala, these regions have a higher level of smog because of higher emission, and we have done the sectoral emission inventory analysis. And the major culprit to cause the smog is actually the vehicular emission. Around 39% of the total net contribution of the smog comes from the vehicular emissions, and it is then followed by the industrial emission. And then we have other contributing factors in the form of energy sector or the agriculture sector in the form of residual crop burning or stable crop burning practices. And then we also have some non-commercial and commercial emissions as well. So based upon the analysis and the data of the emission inventory, all the major centers of the Punjab would experience moderate to dense level of smog during the month of November, and the smog conditions will prevail till January because of lower precipitation during the month of October, November and December. For this purpose, the NUC team has also calculated the total exposure in the form of how many population would be exposed to the adverse quality of the air, and also we have done some impact analysis. For this, I would now request your attention towards the left side of the this screen. It's over here. Based upon the exposure analysis, around 7.2 million of the total population is exposed to the adverse quality of the air, and among 7.2 million, around 3.8 million are the male and 3.3 million are the female population.
These are the total exposed population. Now, smog is causes more bad repercussions for the children and the elderly. So around 2.2 million are the children which are highly exposed and are more vulnerable in terms of their age, and also the elderly population are also highly exposed. We have also done impact analysis, and from 7.2 million, the 2 lakh population are highly impacted for the district of Lahore. Similarly, we have done the exposure analysis for Multan, Faisalabad as well. For Multan, around 1 lakh population is impacted, and for Faisalabad we have around 15,000 population where the quality of air is highly degraded. So this is from the technical team. Thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing, that the FLU exposure or the projections of smog in different parts of the country are concerned is not that the technical team is doing it now. In fact, these projections or the forecast of likely situation of smog was shared back in August, I think 3rd or 4th week. So 3rd or 4th week August it took all concerned departments and the PDMs and the concerned ministries that the so and so parts of the country are going to be adversely affected by this smog. So this advisory was shared somewhere in 1st or 2nd week of August. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. National Institute of Disaster Management has said that when the tech team of NDMA passed the alert, so these were these statistics which are already been shared by Dr. Tayyab. So what were our action is that we had already formed a smog syndicate, because this is becoming a winter main contingency and many of the population of Pakistan is affected. And not only that, because of the smoke, there are poly disasters in sense of health which is affecting the overall human people. So these were the time from the February till July we engaged Pakistani universities, especially from Lahore, Faisalabad, Multan, Peshawar, and we started connecting with the world universities in which this similar kind of problems were faced earlier, whether it is in Beijing, China, or United States, London in the 50s. So research were carried out. As already said by that not only NUC tech team had identified these particular, the amount of pollutants which are taking place are vehicular, which is close to 40%, followed by around 24% industry. And you can see that only the concern is not that the agriculture is producing 11%, because agriculture was there since more than 100 century. So these are some of the areas where we had identified, and you can see that AQ level of Lahore since from January 2019 till date. So these are the sectorial where we can find that plus minus the figures remain same. Ladies and gentlemen, the practical steps which can be taken and which advisories were issued to PDMA Punjab and PDMA Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, that these are some of the interventions which can be taken place, and that is that when the pollution control has to take place, then the emission control is the main, that is through the vehicular traffic. So we suggested that the vehicular checks should be there, and when there is a registration or a token of a yearly token we all go, there should be some mechanism in which we can see the vehicular health. We see that most of the Western world, as the transport become older, their taxes is more. And similarly, their exhaust level is checked that whether the vehicle is road worthy, then the token is issued. So we advise Punjab government and similarly Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government that this similar kind of action should be taken by them. Apart from that, there are other methods that monitoring can be there. It could be not that only one source should be there. There should be multiple areas where these air quality monitors should be installed, and which can give the kind of NOxes, SOxes, and what is the kind of industry in that particular area which can be put into action. That there, in case of industry, there has to be certain kind of filters, scrubbers, which can be installed so as to reduce the smoke impact. And apart from that, the major is the human beings, the impact. We have to go in hand in glove with the health department, that what are the impact on our children, elderly, and what are the means and ways which we can, reduce these. And you have seen in this last month when the air quality index was very low, NDMA initiated these actions that the schools and all those vehicular traffic on Lahore should be reduced. So these were some concrete steps which NDMA has taken and advised our partners, international governments. Similarly, economical, technical, and policy-like decisions, because if you see that this problem in London occurred in 1956, and most of the heating systems in London or industry was coal-based, so they shifted it to electricity. So these kinds of interventions, similarly in Beijing, there were many steps which were immediate, and subsequently long-term plantations were there. So in 2006, when the Olympics came and this was highlighted in the world arena, and if you go today, you can find the air quality of Beijing is perfectly normal, and it is not amongst those top countries like what we are facing. Some of the global practices, as we see that what these countries have taken, they have made all the public transport in these cities EV, and they've introduced incentives to the public that if you have an EV car, your tax rebates will be there, and certain actions are there that the government at the federal and the provincial level has to take, that if I have to buy an EV car, some incentives have to be there, in sense that the taxes should be low or tax-free. Opportunities for 5 to 10 years has to be there, because EV cars don't come cheap and they're expensive. So these are some of the interventions. Similarly, clean energy is another source. Most of the energy power points, PPIs which are in Punjab were basically coal oriented. And we have to convert them into time frame to another energy sources which are much cleaner, or either their chimneys should be more scrutinized so that the emission control can be better governed. Similarly, you can see these are some of the industrial chimneys which have those kind of models. We can implant them, we can start producing them inland so that it can be made available to the industry in Pakistan, cheaper and available. Similarly, long term, we have engaged our partner universities that there has to be a campaign run through the universities. For all the vice chancellors, letters were written by us that as a long term you have to adopt greener postures, that the universities inside their campus and outside areas with the forest department of Punjab or KBK should have forestation. So that is the long-term answer to this. Similarly, the role of private sector cannot be neglected. Few of the examples you can see that these are the billboards, which is represented through Coca-Cola, but the billboard is covered with green objects so that it helps. Similarly, regular AQ monitoring is taking place, clean energy source, alternate, and green building rooftops can be easily adopted. Pakistan is in summers, have scorching heat. So if we have greenery on our rooftops, that will, not only reduce the heating inside our homes or buildings. Apart from that, it will be helping to have a more purified air. So that these are some of the global best practices which we have seen in some of the countries, and these are some of the plants which play miracle. And if we start planting these, because they look after noxious soxes. So these plants are available in Pakistan, and they has to be more implemented. So we request everybody that these are the plants which you should, in case of your home gardens, you want to implant these, they look beautiful also, and they will, help clean the pollution. Some of the best, we have seen that whatever the countries which face similar kind of problems, what were the interventions at the federal level, at the provincial level, and these were some of the laws were passed through which, cleaner energy in the United States, similarly more technology and reduced pollution levels were taken in the United Kingdom. China has addressed it in very holistic manner, and they have taken certain steps. Similarly, Sweden, most of the vehicles now, as per the EU standards, by 2030 there should be no fossil fuel vehicles. So, as an EU policy, they are the first ones to be implemented. So, today in Sweden, almost 99% vehicles are EV cars, and similarly, countries like Mexico, they have strict traffic management laws in which regular traffic, there are police people who doesn't only check that your glasses are tinted, they check that whether your smoke emission, which is there, they have these kind of sensors available, you just plug in and you can come to know whether you are into that. So these kind of small interventions can play a big role, which they are certain immediate, they are interim and long-term things, because this smoke issue is not going to go away easily. It will take at least a decade or two that the quality of air which is present in some of our cities will be better. Thank you very much. Lastly, let's take it back. And we have these were some of the interventions. We have this global best practices, and we shared with our conventional partners and other federal, the global best practices. This book is there, and it is also available online. It is available online, so these are not very fancy, very long terms of interventions. They are small interventions which can make a positive change in all of us, because all of us are going to suffer because of this air quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is Nisar Sani, and Director Operations, BDMA Punjab. We'll talk about a bit on this menace of smog and so far actions taken by the Punjab government. Since October or September, we are preparing for this, and with the grace of Almighty, we were able to control it. Not control it, but due to the shuffling of the weather and due to improvement in the weather system, now the situation is a bit better in Lahore. But in last few weeks, in the month of October, we experienced a disastrous situation in Lahore. I will talk about the assessment of the situation, like the contributor of the smoke already talked about, like its transport is 39%, industry is the second one, 24%, and rest is the agriculture and energy. If you can see on this slide, we have only 28 good air quality days in previous 6 years in Lahore. Lahore accounts for 30% vehicles of overall registered in Punjab. We experience so many vehicles in Lahore, and only 10% industry have a designated area. Designated area, that is also a big challenge for the city like Lahore. Impact on the public health is mainly basically on asthma and the other chronic diseases like pulmonary diseases. Hospitalized patients can increase. If you can see here, it's mostly effect on the peds patients, and also asthma cases increased due to this 15%, and people were also hospitalized more than 500% increase in this due to this weather condition. A number of steps have been taken by the Punjab government, and Environment Department is basically working on war-footing basis and making all of the efforts to curb this situation. And they introduces some technological interventions as well as some hard interventions for this for this disastrous situation. EcoWatch app has been introduced to real-time tagging of the actions, digital inventory of the actions, record of the previous inspections, thorough analysis, minimum malpractices. Green Punjab app also introduced for the digital monitoring of the smoke factors.
45 degree. So in Chitral, the angle which we have calculated is around like 38 to 43 degree. So that is an ideal angle which makes it much more exposed than usual. Now coming on to the infrastructure at risk, approximate like 4,533 structures they are at risk in Chitral. Now coming on to the GB, so if we calculate the risk factor, so like 9% of the risk falls for the avalanche and like landslide. So it explains that relatively in GB there is less amount of factor as compared with the Chitral 2 districts. Again, the total exposed structures, they are 9,915. Now coming on to the resources available with ACA, in total we have 347 stockpiles. These stockpiles, they are placed at various locations and I would show you all those locations. Again, 191 CERTs, again they are disposed at the ground. Then we have UCs and we normally train our volunteers with UC and ICS trainings. Then we have 14 EWS and 52 weather monitoring stations. Along with that, we have search and rescue team and disaster assessment team which are operated during the time of disaster. Normally we carry out physical verification and replenishment of stockpiles in our thematic areas. And like as I've told you, our CERTs, SARTs, words, they are available to us, approximate like 35,000 volunteers. They are available to us within the area who have at least undergone our training for once. Then UC rooms are established in Karachi, Chitral and Gilgit. And we also, give advisories and which we receive from the weather monitoring systems. Coming on to the weather monitoring post covers, approximate like as I've told you, 52 weather monitoring posts are established in various areas of GBC, and the maximum coverage is in high altitude area, which is for the upper and the lower Chitral. Now coming on to the existing AWS and proposed AWS in the region. So presently we have 14 AWS, and you can see most of these AWS, they are placed in Batswad, like Sher Kala, because it's a highly exposed area. Again, the Garam Chashma Valley is one of the most exposed area because normal during the months of winter, avalanches are experienced here. Again, one of the region which is exposed is around this like Buni, and closer to Buni there is a region which is known as Vish. So again, it's a very highly exposed area. So now coming on to the detailed stockpile coverage, in total as I have told you that we have 347 stockpiles. In this 154 stockpiles they are placed in GB, 14 districts, 170 stockpiles they are placed in upper and lower Chitral. Then we have 7 stockpiles in various areas of Punjab, 15 in Sindh and 1 stockpile in Gwadar. So if we see the response timings of these stockpiles, then 81 stockpiles, they are accessible within 30 minutes. That community can access these stockpiles within 30 minutes. Like 186 within 32, bracket of 30 to 45 minutes. And then approximate like 24 stockpiles are the one which can be accessed within the bracket of 1 hour. There are 6 stockpiles which are, they take more than 2 hours, and primarily these stockpiles, they are located in Upper Brogal Valley and Yarkun Valley, because road communication is poor and access is difficult. So these stockpiles, the distribution of these stockpiles take more than usual time. Now coming on to this stockpile spread and networking, We have regional stockpiles. They are placed in our three thematic regional areas: one, Gilgit, Chitral, and Karachi. Then we have district backups, and these district backups are followed by the valley backups, which are in place. And then we have the third level stockpile, which are operated at the cluster level, and then we have the village level stockpiles. Now coming on to the disposition of CERTs, in total we have 191 CERTs, which are the community emergency response teams. Approximately like 111 teams, they are operating in GB. 65 teams are operating in both districts of Upper and Lower Chitral. 6 teams are distributed in Punjab. 10 teams are operating in Sindh. So in total, we have 8,256 volunteers. These are the registered volunteers of AKDN, which are available for responding against any kind of disaster. Now coming on to the relief assistance capability potential. In total, like you can see on the upper bracket, I have placed whatever the resources available to us, and in that, like the family tents, shelter tents, tarpaulins, and the other assets. So now, if you see in the second bracket, like the assistance potential which is available within 96 hours is the one which is placed in the like district and regional backups. So once we are, once we have ended this resource, so this resource would come in place. Again, coming on to the relief assistance archive, in last like approximate 10 years, the entire support which we have given rendered to the community during various kind of disaster, it is as flash. Please, you can read yourself. Thank you. Now coming on to the ongoing coordination and actions taken with the stakeholders, like now we are doing the capacity building of the DDMAs of Upper and Lower Chitral with the coordination of KPK. Again, winter preparedness sessions, few we have already carried out, few we are in process. We are also ensuring close collaboration with PDMAs and NDMA. Then avalanche rescue training is one of the hallmark of our organization. So there's a lot of attention on this, and definitely we plan to conduct this kind of training. Then deployment of search and rescue vehicle in Chitral we have carried out this year, and it is in order to reduce the time bracket. Then the last is like data sharing or weather updates with NDMA is in our process, especially in terms of context of GBC. So this is the second part of the presentation, and last day, the first scenario, it was on the snowfall. So I've made this short presentation on this. But primarily, sir, before I start this presentation, I would show you all these photographs. And these photographs are taken from one of the village, which lies in Chitral. The village name is Shirshal. And this village, on January 2018, a snowslide came, due to which 11 persons expired. Out of that, there were 4 children, there were 3 women and 4 elderly men. So you can see the seriousness on the faces of these men, how serious they are for their training and concern. We have already, carried out a mitigation in their area, and now the eventuality of avalanche, like it's reduced much, but still it remains in the area. So the scope of this short presentation, basically it was divided in 3 parts, like what steps should be taken during the pre-disaster time, then response during the disaster, and post-disaster measures. So coming to the pre-disaster measures, like it was a scenario in which a snowfall came in Skardu district. So for that, a prior training session was conducted with the support of NDMA, like government line departments and emergency and rescue departments. Our joint training was conducted with the help of like rescue department, GBDMA, ACA, SART, CERT. Basically, it was carried out to reduce the time bracket and improving coordination mechanism. Then, like it was specific to Gilgit, so we had 3 stockpiles which were in situ in Gilgit. So again, like a coordination mechanism was established at how these stockpiles will be utilized during the time of disaster. Again, coming on to the, this is just an informative slide, which is for the items which we have placed in our stockpile. So there are 27 items which we have in our stockpiles on our inventory. So response during the time of disaster, like once the disaster came, the community emergency response team, they were mobilized in the early time frame, and they helped and supported the communities for the emergency rescue and with the support of the stockpiles. So what all actions they have carried out is like light search and rescue they have carried out. There was evacuation assistance, road clearance and removal of accumulated snow from rooftops and restoration of water supplies. So response, again, a few points like food items of 60 ton, they were distributed as we have thought that the Skardu city was divided in 4 zones. Like one of was Chumak zone, one was Gamba, one was the old original city, and one was the old airport area. So approximate like we have carried out that approximate like 60 ton of food items were required. Again, in NFIs we had included like household and hygiene and sanitation items, and shelters because there were 100 families which were affected. So approximate like 100 winterized tents were required. So post-disaster measures like recovery and rehabilitation, one like infrastructure repair, livelihood restoration, mental health support, education continuity, and risk reduction and resilience building, in which we had included like programs for community awareness and preparedness, structural adaptation, improved resources, and management and collaboration. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just two small queries. One is the activation mechanism of the search and the words which the ACA had established in different areas. And then I believe the type of items or the stockpile which you showed in slide number 15, those are the cumulative stockpiles all across the warehouses which you have.
Sir. Right, sir. Sir, in total, sir, we have 347 stockpiles, and the item of the inventory I've shown you. So these stockpiles are spread in the vulnerable areas of Chitral and GBC, and then like few of the communities areas in Punjab and Sindh.
The cumulative figure,
sir, it's the cumulative figure, sir. And then the coordination mechanism, what we have for CERT is like this, that these are the community people, and normally, sir, what happened that during the year we do call them for certain like exercises or simulations what we plan, and normally we remain in contact with them as well. Like last year, sir, approximate like more than 100 short simulations we have carried out in Chitral and Gilgit, sir, primarily in the area of Upper Chitral more. And the result was, sir, like in this year, sir, in July, once the flood came. So these emergency responders, they were the ones who were present on ground, sir, and they were coordinating.
ACA का जो आपने किया इन सार के अंदर शामिल है, आपको कुछ नजर ये में?
Sir, we are in. Yeah. So we are in.
Thank you very much.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alina Ghaffar, and I am representing on behalf of Qatar Charity. Am I audible? So, before moving forward to the agenda of presentation, I would like to share a short introduction of Qatar Charity. Qatar Charity established its office in Pakistan in 1992, and still over we are present in all over the Pakistan districts, more than 30 plus, and focusing on the thematic areas. These are the thematic areas we are working on: youth leadership and yes. So focusing on these thematic areas, we are working on youth leadership and social protection department, where we are working on orphan children's education and their capacity building and to empower them to improve their economic. And also we are working in economic empowerment and livelihood projects. These projects are implemented in all over the Pakistan. And water, sanitation and hygiene, we are working on it. Some projects are like implementing by ourselves, Qatar Charities self-funded projects, and some are we are working with donor-funded projects. In education, and then maternal, newborn child health projects, then disaster preparedness and response. These are our thematic areas. Qatar Charities annual budget is 17 to 20 million per annual, and focusing on the percentage in youth leadership and social protection, we are focusing on 58%. Our budget is for this youth leadership and social protection department, and 14% for disaster response and preparedness, 1% for health projects, and 20% for WASH. In education, 4%. Focusing on the scenario, like we have winter response scenario, and almost all disasters, like overall response is similar, but in the rehabilitation phase it's different. So for winter response, in preparedness we'll go for coordination for alerts and information with all stakeholders, government, NDMA, PDMAs, or the organizations those are working in that area, to remain informed, like whatever the situation is and who is responding what. Then we'll manage our stock, like Qatar Charity has its contingency stock. To manage it, like we have our warehouse in all over Pakistan, so we'll manage to put all the contingency stock in one place where the situation is worst. In response, we'll first go, because for the HQ approval is required for movement of contingency stocks, so we'll go for the approval of HQ. Then coordination with stakeholders to avoid duplication. Like previously we have observed, like some areas, say all the organizations are responding the same. Like if someone is providing the food, then all the organization is going to the same. So this is the most important thing, to coordinate with other stakeholders who are responding in the area to avoid duplication. Then rapid need assessment, like we have already our field offices in all over the Pakistan. So we'll do need assessment to assess the situation and the response required. Then staff deployment, we already have pool of HR. We utilize those pool to deploy the staff. Then sit reps, it will be like daily and weekly to know whatever the situation is happening and whatever the response is required. Then then we have a clear picture, whatever the situation is and what we have to respond. We'll request for additional funds if required from our HQ, and we'll coordinate with other donor agencies to collect funds and to respond an emergency. Then we'll engage stakeholders, especially community level committees, which are already organized in those areas and working and experienced. We engage them to respond in the area. Then lesson learned. Before lesson learned, like cross-cutting theme areas are like protection and monitoring will be going through all the project plan. And then lesson learned. In lesson learned, like we'll have good practices and challenges, whatever the gaps we find in during response, to remain to prepare for future. Then we'll go for rehabilitation phase. Like previously we have due to flood, we have already done some shelters projects in Nasirabad and Sindh. So it depends, whatever the situation and requirement is, we'll go for those rehabilitation things like construction of shelters or psychosocial support or other things. These are some glimpses of our previous response projects. Recently in 2024, we have built shelters community in Nasirabad. On the left you can see it's in Nasirabad, and then we have a shelter community in Sindh. These are for flood affected community. Then training and capacity building are more important, so we are continuously doing disaster risk reduction trainings with community to build their capacity, how to prepare for any disaster and how to respond and how to immediately react. Then we have NFI schemes implemented in different areas. Food distribution. Then we have tent distribution. Thank you.
Well done, thank you. If we can go to the slide 3 or 4 of the brief. Slide 3 or 4, I think. Aage chale. Next. Yes, this one. If you see the distribution of the total, you can say the amount, I think 16 or 17 million US dollar, I believe. आपने जो बताया था
17 to
18 not about.
Yeah.
इसमें the distribution is about more than around 60% is for the youth leadership. So probably these are some of the, you can say the training workshops or action which are done on ground. Is it so?
It is also the training plus the monetary benefit that we are giving to the our food registered office.
Right. So are these fixed or these can be changed? Because if we see there,
this is
16 million we hope 1% education.
Yeah, that's why.
Can these be
exactly,
you can be reappropriated if required?
Exactly. Yes, because for the future, like now we have 5 years of the strategy, and we changed it. So the focus is now more towards health and education.
And then all the initiatives which we have undertaken or the stocks which are available are there in the
we have like a national warehouse here in Islamabad and even like regional warehouses at every provinces.
Right.
So,
okay, that's good. Yeah. But are this data is there in the portal of NDMA?
Yes.
We already provided.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rabia and I'm presenting Save the Children here today, and we had the scenario of earthquake.
Visible, audible, or
am I audible now? Yeah, okay. So I'm representing Save the Children here today, and for winter contingency summits, we were given the scenario of earthquake. Just a brief background that Save the Children has been working in Pakistan since 1970s after the one refugee influx. And currently we are present in KP's, Punjab, Sindh and Balochistan. Our projects are there, but our office is in Islamabad and in Balochistan only. And we have warehouses in Sakkar and in Islamabad, so we have our contingency stock placed there for Sindh and Balochistan, and from Islamabad we are just focusing on Punjab and KP to provide the contingency stock in case of any emergency. So just on the earthquake response overall, just to give a brief overview that for Save the Children, we have our international globally emergency preparedness and emergency response procedures that are immediately activated in case of any emergency in any country office. So basically the country offices are not only coordinating with the UN agencies, UNOCHA and the local agencies like NDMA, PDMAs, but we are also coordinating with our regional teams, so we follow their procedures. So in case of any emergency, for example, in this case of earthquake, we immediately generate an emergency alert for our global humanitarian team while we are coordinating with OCHA, PHF, and NDMAs and PDMAs. And based on the type of the damages that are there, we immediately categorize that response for our own categorization. For example, we have category 1 to 4 categorizations, 1 being the highest and 4 being the lowest, based on which we get immediate funding within 48 hours from our regional or our internal humanitarian funds. So in this case scenario, because of the effect of people, that is around 2.7 million people that are exposed to this disaster, so most probably we will be categorized between category 2 or 3 response, and we would get immediate funding from anywhere from 100,000 to 500,000 US dollars immediately for the response for 1 week, and then we would be generating more funds for that. So we are coordinating with a global humanitarian team for the release of humanitarian funds, as well as we are immediately forming our emergency response. So basically we already have an emergency preparedness plan in place annually, which we update annually based on what are the emergencies that might occur, and we already have key activities that we are going to do, where our stock would be, and we just immediately in terms of the immediate emergency response, we just take those activities from our emergency preparedness plan. Then in terms of emergency response, so all of these activities are going to be within the first 12 to 48 hours. All of these activities are ongoing immediately, and we would be like responding immediately in that terms. So we would do coordinating with NDMA and PDMA for initial NOC to respond, and also working with DDMAs to assign us UCs so that we do not overlap with other humanitarian agencies where we are working. So we know that these villages, we would be coordinating with our clusters so that we do any need assessment in coordination with them, and in those clusters where we are working, so we are responding immediately in terms of whatever food NFIs that we are going to immediately provide. Then as part of our preparedness measures, we have active framework agreements with all of our vendors, whether they are food vendors or non-food item vendors, and as per these framework agreements, they are to provide us whatever our standardized kits or food packs within like 3 working days to 3 days to the site that we require. So we have these vendors in each province and at national level as well. And then we have transport vendors as well, so that we can immediately transport these materials, and we keep stock so that we can provide in the first 48 to 72 hours, we provide something from our stock, and in the meantime, we have raised the procurement process so that we can get more of those kits in place. And then we have active 33 local implementing partners in different geographical regions. So they are active, and as soon as the emergency response is activated, they are onboarded. We have their teams and then our own teams as well that are deployed immediately in those districts for response. And then we have our media teams as well deployed, so they are taking vlogs, they are taking pictures, and they are immediately sending these one-pager briefs to our member offices, which are member SC US, SC UK, SC Australia, SC Canada, so that they have their own humanitarian funding they can immediately provide to us, so we don't have to wait. And then we are also working with institutional donors like ECHO, DFAC, and other agencies where we can generate these funds. And then we are also part of consortiums or like alliance members, like in case of DEC, who can immediately fund us. For example, in case of 2022 floods, we had immediately categorized our emergency, and we had within 2 weeks, we had $2 million available for us to immediately start responding to that high emergency disaster. Just in terms of our existing potential, so we have 500, like you can see that we have these tents, so some are like family tents, and then we have school and child protection related, child-friendly spaces related bigger tents where we establish immediately education facilities and provide psychological first aid for children as well through child protection activities. So we have tents for those, we have NFIs in terms of mosquito nets, blankets, hygiene kits, dignity kits, and so on and so forth. And then, as I said, these are immediately deployable within like 48 hours, but then we have our framework agreements available, and they are able to provide us these materials within that first week of response. So that depends upon, for example, if I give you an example of 2022 floods, so when we got 1 million immediately, by end of September we had 1 million, so we immediately said that we need furthermore. So based on that, we had immediately done procurement of $1 million just for NFI. So we had like 3,000-4,000 food packs, 3,000-4,000 household tents, household kits. So household kits are basically, they include the mosquito nets, they include the blankets, and they also include the kitchen sets. So our household kits are really big. We have winterized tents for the northern, and then we have normal tents for the southern districts. Southern
provinces. Can we put some figure? Hypothetical figure, let's say we assume that, right, okay, let's say if we talk about the family tents, so if the framework agreement, so can we put, right, okay, if we require, let's say 1,000 tents, you will be able to give us?
Yes.
Some hypothetical figure we can assume?
Yes, we can do that. You can even see in, this is our archive, but I can see, you can see in 2022, so we were doing that around 3,000 family tents, and then 13 and 83. So that this figure is from September till February figure. So those tents figures. So those are procured by October. They were procured. They were with us, and then you're starting and distributing them in timeline. So based on our framework agreements, we were able to do that huge response in 2022 floods, which we just closed in August this year. So our flood response started from around September, end of August, September in 2022, and till March we were in relief phase because the response was really huge and the need was really huge. We were doing food packs and cash at the same time, and then afterwards, after March, we went into recovery, rehabilitation response, which we have concluded in August this year. That's why it's in 3 different goals here at the moment. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Bilal Ahmed from Human Appeal, Pakistan. I would just give you a short overview of our organization. We were established in Pakistan in 2005 after the earthquake. We are basically based in UK as an INGO and spread over 25 countries in the world. So responding to the scenario we were given with, I would just limit ourselves to the slides we were given with. Okay, so this was the scenario, the earthquake scenario we were actually given with. Affected districts were Arnai, Sibi, Ziyarat, Kachi, Kolu and Quetta. Damages were 65%, casualties 3,000. Total households damaged were 10,000 and roads 98 and 12 kilometers. Okay, so we actually selected the district Arnai. Actually, it is hypothetical as it is given in this scenario.
It can be our decision as well if we request the helping hand to go up to a particular district, that can be done.
Yes, that's why we are here to describe it. So the population, basically it was selected from the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. We actually calculated the caseload according to the damages we were given with by NDMA. So the total affected population becomes 68,1814, given the 65% of the population in district Arnai. So we selected 10% of the total affected population, that's around 6,881. If we see the households, they become 1,228. Okay, so this is our planned response, keeping in view the damages and the selected population. So in Vash, we will be providing 1,500 households with hygiene kits, 1,000 emergency toilets will be installed. If we talk about the food security and livelihoods, we will be providing 66,500 persons with cooked food, and for shelter and settlements, we can provide 150 households with permanent shelters, later stages of the response.
Right, this is the response to our scenario which is given. What is the total response potential of your organization?
Sir, that is coming in the later slide. Yeah.
ठीक हो गया आगे?
Okay. Sir, if we talk about our existing assistance potential, actually we do not have anything in our warehouses. We do not keep warehouses. If we talk about the capacity within 24 to 96 hours, yes, we can do that. We can provide 50 tents to families. These are the figures actually which we can provide the support to the people in emergency. Specifically talking about the capacity, financial capacity, we usually keep 50,000 Great Britain pounds with us to immediately respond.
उसी से आप ये चीज़ें procure करते हैं?
Yes, उसी से procure करके हम provide कर रहे हैं. So this is the archive of our responses from 2015 to 2024. Actually, mobile health units were mentioned as the beneficiaries, number of beneficiaries. These are not actually the number of mobile health units. So figures may be corrected. So this is all from our side. Thank you.
Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I am Fazal Mahmood from Al Khidmat Foundation, National Director of Disaster Management. Al Khidmat Foundation, as you know, is working in all over Pakistan, and we have a setup in all provinces and all districts of Pakistan. We are working in 7 areas. Al Khidmat Foundation 1990 से ये रजिस्टर्ड है पाकिस्तान में, और मुख्तलिफ़ अंदाज में हम जो डिज़ास्टर आता है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उसमें अल खिदमत फाउंडेशन ने बहुत एक्टिवली हमेशा से जो है वो पार्टिसिपेशन की है। लेकिन साथ साथ अल खिदमत फाउंडेशन जो है वो मुस्तकिल तौर पर पाकिस्तान में 7 सेक्टर्स में है जो वो काम कर रही हैं। इस वक्त हम एजुकेशन में भी काम कर रहे हैं। एजुकेशन में हमारे स्कूल्स भी है और स्कॉलरशिप का प्रोग्राम भी है। इसके साथ साथ स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन के लिए हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स है जो मुख्तलिफ सिटीज़ में और मुख्तलिफ अर्बन एरियाज़ में हमने उन लोगों के लिए जो स्कूल से बाहर बच्चे हैं उनके लिए कायम कर दिए हैं। साथ साथ हेल्थ में इस वक्त हमारे 52 हॉस्पिटल्स इस वक्त 52 हॉस्पिटल्स हैं और 300 से ज़्यादा हमारे पास इस वक्त एम्बुलेंसेस वो मौजूद है, और इसके अलावा डायग्नोसिस सेंटर्स है, फार्मेसीज़ हैं। इसका एक पूरा निज़ाम अल खिदमत फाउंडेशन के पास मौजूद है जो ओवरऑल थ्रू आउट द कंट्री 24 घंटे सर्विसेज जो है वो लोगों को दे रही है। इसके साथ साथ कम्युनिटी सर्विसेज में हम मुख्तलिफ जेलों में भी काम कर रहे हैं, और साथ साथ हम फूड जो नीडी लोग हैं उनको विंटर पैकेजेस और मुख्तलिफ़ चीज़ें जो है वो प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। साथ साथ वो जहेज़ पैकेजेस और मुख्तलिफ और भी जो माशरे के डिज़र्विंग लोग हैं उनके लिए हमारे इस सेक्टर में उनके लिए काम किया जा रहा है। वाश प्रोग्राम में इस वक्त हमारे पास वाटर के मुख्तलिफ स्कीमें वो भी हम कर रहे हैं। उसमें वाटर फ्लो स्कीमें भी है, साथ साथ हम वाटर वेल्स भी है, ओपन वेल्स भी है और सबमर्सिबल्स भी हम कर रहे हैं। और वाटर फिल्ट्रेशन प्लांट्स का भी हमने मुख्तलिफ सिटीज़ में निज़ाम बनाया है, और इसके साथ उसके लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम बहुत ही मिनिमम चार्जेस पे लोगों को साफ़ पानी जो है वो प्रोवाइड करें। ऑर्फन केयर हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा शोबा है। ऑर्फन केयर में इस वक्त हम 30,000 बच्चों को हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, और ये हमारे 2 सेगमेंट्स में हैं। एक हम घरों पे बच्चों को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं जिसको हम घरों पे उनके माओ के नाम पे हम पैसे ट्रांसफ़र करते हैं। साथ साथ उन्हीं बच्चों की ग्रूमिंग के लिए उनके साथ हमारा रब्ता होता है, उनकी स्कूलिंग के लिए और उनके साथ उनके मुख्तलिफ। इसी तरह आगोश होम्स और मवाक़ात ये उन लोगों के लिए जो मुख्तलिफ या डिज़ास्टर में जो मुतासिर हो जाएं या इसके अलावा भी हम बहुत मुख्तलिफ लोगों के लिए कारोबार के ज़राए जो है वो ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कंट्री वाइड तो मैंने बता दिया कि पूरे पाकिस्तान में और गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में सब में हमारी यूनिट्स जो है वो मौजूद है, और हमारा सेटअप और हमारे रीजनल ऑफिसेज़ और डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिसेज़ जो है वो पहले से इस्टेब्लिश है। जी बस अभी तक तो अच्छा जी। रिलीफ के हवाले से इस वक्त जो हमारे स्टॉक हमारे पास मौजूद है तो विदिन 24 आवर्स उनके लिए भी हमारे पास मुख्तलिफ एग्जिस्टिंग जो हमारे पास इस वक्त मौजूद है, ये शेल्टर टेंट्स हमारे पास 4000 इस वक्त मौजूद है, तरपुरीन शीट्स है, और इसके साथ मॉस्किटो नेट्स भी हमारे पास मौजूद है, और फर्स्ट एड किट्स ये भी हमारे पास। इसी तरह मोबाइल हेल्थ यूनिट्स है 13 हमारे पास मोबाइल हेल्थ यूनिट्स है जो 5 मीन व्हाट ये मेरे ख्याल में गलती जी जी ये मोबाइल हेल्थ यूनिट्स जो हैं ये हमारे पास 13 है, 12 लिखे हुए लेकिन ये 13 है, और इसको हम इस वक्त भी जो फ्लड एरियाज़ है उसमें ये काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जैसे जहाँ भी कोई डिज़ास्टर कोई इमरजेंसी आती है तो हमारा मोबाइल हेल्थ यूनिट जो है उसको हम वहाँ मूव करते हैं। اسی طرح یہ MCH سینٹرز لکھے ہوئے لیکن یہ بھی فگر جو ہے وہ غلط لکھا ہوا ہے. ہمارے ساتھ 52 ہاسپٹلس ہیں اور تمام میں MCH جو ہے وہ اس میں
اپڈیٹ کر کے شیئر بھی دس تک.
جی
یہ آپ کے ویئر ہاؤس
جی ویئر ہاؤس ہمارے پاس اس وقت 9 ریجنز میں ہیں. جو ہمارے ریجنل آفیسز ہیں تو ہر جگہ ہمارے ویئر ہاؤس جو ہے موجود ہے. کراچی میں بھی ہے, ملتان میں بھی ہے, اسی طرح راولپنڈی میں بھی ہے, پشاور میں بھی ہے, گلگت بلتستان میں بھی ہے اور کوئٹہ میں بھی ہے, لاہور میں. اچھا, یہ الخدمت فاؤنڈیشن اس وقت ہمارے ڈیزاسٹر مینجمنٹ میں ہمارے پاس 37 ہمارے پاس ہم نے سینٹرز قائم کیے ہیں, رسپانس سینٹرز, جس میں تمام ریسکیو کی ٹول کٹس بھی موجود ہے اور اس میں ہم نے ان کے ساتھ جی وہ سلائڈ اصل میں نہیں بنائی, سلائڈز نہیں بنائی. جی جی تو یہ چونکہ میرے خیال میں ان کو یہ نہیں بتایا گیا تو اس لیے 37 ہمارے پاس 37 یا 39 ہمارے پاس رسپانس سینٹرز ہیں. ان کے پوری طرح ایکوپڈ ہے, ان کے ساتھ ہماری ٹیمیں بھی موجود ہے اور ہم نے پوری طرح والنٹیئرز کو ٹرین کر دیا ہے اور وہ کسی بھی وقت جو ہے وہ رسپانس کرنے کے لیے تیار ہوتے ہیں. اسی طرح ہمارے پاس ایک ریسکیو وہیکلز ہے جس میں تمام ریسکیو کی جتنے بھی ٹولز ہیں وہ موجود ہے اور ہمارے پاس 4 جو ہے وہ ریسکیو بائکس بھی موجود ہے, وہ بھی ہم موو کر سکتے ہیں ہیلی ایریا میں. ساتھ ساتھ ہم نے اس وقت ہم نے MNSRA پہ بھی UN اوچا سے ہماری ٹریننگ کا سلسلہ جاری ہے, وہ بھی کوئی 7 ٹریننگ جو ہے وہ سلسلہ ہے. آج بھی لاہور میں ہمارا ٹریننگ جاری ہے اور ہم وہ ٹیم بھی تیار کر رہے ہیں کہ ہم ریپڈ نیڈ اسسمنٹ میں بھی ہمارے لوگ جو ہے وہ اتر کر بہترین طریقے سے کوآرڈینیشن بھی کر سکیں اور ہمارے لیے بھی وہ اسسمنٹ جو ہے وہ کر سکیں. پچھلا جو فلڈ تھا اس یا باقی جو مختلف ہیٹ ویوز گزرے ہیں, فلڈ گزرے ہیں, اسی طرح اس میں الخدمت نے ایکٹیولی پارٹیسپیشن کیا ہے. اور پچھلا جو 2022 کا فلڈ تھا اس میں سب سے زیادہ الخدمت فاؤنڈیشن نے پارٹیسپیشن کرنے کی کوشش کی تھی. اس میں ایک چیز کی طرف میں صرف اشارہ کروں گا کہ 50,000 سے زیادہ ان ماؤں کو ہم نے رجسٹرڈ کیا تھا, ان کو اسسٹنس دی تھی جو بیبی ایکسپیکٹڈ تھے اور ان کے لیے ہم نے ابھی تک بھی ہمارا وہی سلسلہ ان کے لیے جاری ہے, ان کو ہم رسپانس کر رہے ہیں. اور اس وقت ہم فلسطین کے لیے اور لبنان کے لیے NDMA کے ساتھ NDMA کے ساتھ مل کر ہمارے کنسائنمنٹس جو ہیں وہ جاری ہے اور جو جتنی بھی امداد الخدمت پاکستان سے گئی ہے تو اس میں سب سے زیادہ پارٹیسپیشن جو ہے وہ الخدمت فاؤنڈیشن کی رہی ہے. اور ہم کوشش کر رہے ہیں کہ ہم ہر سیکٹر میں اور ہر جگہ جہاں بھی رسپانس کرنے کی ہمیں ضرورت ہو ہم فوری طور پر الخدمت فاؤنڈیشن اور گورنمنٹ کے اداروں کے ساتھ مل کر ہم لوگوں کو اسسٹنس دے رہے ہیں. جزاک اللہ.
I just take 1 minute and appreciate the services Khidmat is providing. And I have spent 3 months here and they are really committed with us and they really has helped us. In our last 3 months we have dispatched I think 13 consignment to Palestine, Jordan, Syria and Lebanon. And majority of the contribution was made by Al Khidmat Foundation and more than the government of Pakistan. So I really appreciate your efforts. And whenever within Pakistan we have called them, on a single call they have responded immediately. Just yesterday I just requested them that we need some assistance for the Quran agency IDPs. Within no time they dispatched the assistance and consignment to IDPs. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. جزاک اللہ. بس ایک چیز کا میں ذکر چونکہ سب بیٹھے ہوئے, ایک الخدمت فاؤنڈیشن جب بھی کوئی سانحہ کوئی بھی ضرورت ہوتی ہے تو ہم کمیونٹی کو ہی اپیل کرتے ہیں اور کمیونٹی ہی پہ ہم اس کو خرچ کر لیتے ہیں. تو تو الحمدللہ کمیونٹی کا بہت بڑا ٹرسٹ ہے جس کی وجہ سے ہم فوری طور پر رسپانس دینے کے قابل ہیں.
I'm Sohail Ahmed representing Islamic League Pakistan here.
I just want to brief about the Islamic League. Islamic League is faith-based organization working in Pakistan since 1992. We are participating in every disaster since 1992 in Pakistan. Our emergency response mechanism is we do not have anything in store package. Whenever there is emergency declaration from the PDMA and DMA or the government of Pakistan, we activate according to the situation, according to the situation reports, we develop our report and initial response to and share with our headquarters and acquire anticipatory fund for the initial response. When our initial response fund approved, we activate our emergency protocol for the procurement and for the deployment of our trained staff in the field. Like in the scenarios of the snow and also in the earthquake of Balochistan, Islamic League Pakistan is present, operationally present in Balochistan as well as in AJK, in Neelam and Rafrabat. So we engage communities according to the statements and advices shared by the NDMA and aware them about the upcoming disaster and engage over the surge emergency response team as well as the community-based disaster committees. So to prepare themselves for any upcoming disaster to minimize the impact of the disaster. So we acquired the funds and then Islamic League Pakistan team they hit the disaster affected areas within 72 hours of the disaster. And just to clear that, Islamic League Pakistan initial funding they acquired 50,000 to 1 lakh GBP for the response. And after this response, Islamic League Pakistan revised the response plan according to the situation, according to the NDMA, PDMA's ground situation, and then Islamic League Pakistan go for the further resource allocation from the institutional donors as well as the partners of Islamic League Pakistan. Here is the map where Islamic League Pakistan is operationally present in Balochistan. We are present in 6 to 7 districts as well. Some of the offices are closed, but we are present operationally from the Quetta as well as from the lodge offices. In AJK, we are present in Rafrabat and Neelam as well, and also in KP scenario, we are present in Sawat and as well as in Peshawar district as well. So as I mentioned earlier that we do not have anything in the store. So whenever we got the initial funding from our headquarters for the response, we procured the kits according to the our funding like 50,000 to 1 lakh GBP initially, and we hit the ground within 72 hours of the emergency declaration. This is our Islamic Relief Assistance Archive history from 2015 to 2024. We participated in all major disasters happened in Pakistan. Thank you.
I'm sure.
You are lucky or we are lucky?
Yes, sir. Might be, sir. We both are lucky. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Almost, sir. Everybody is gone, and the one who are lefting were here. I guess they have a very patience. So let's bear with us for a few moments, and we will conclude it in a while. Okay, my name is Mohammed Asif, and I'm working with Secure Islamic France as a provincial program manager. Secure Islamic France is basically a French organization, and it is founded in 1991. SIF is working in more than 20 countries, and in Pakistan we are working since 2010, which was the era of super floods. This is basically our geographic locations, like where we are present. So in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa we are present around in 9 districts. In Balochistan we are present in 5 districts, and Sindh we are present in 5 districts, and Punjab we have presence in 2 districts. So we have overall we have 1 country office, and we have 3 base office or regional offices, and we have 9 field offices in different districts. While we have already given a scenario, basically either it is a earthquake or flood, so we have this mechanism for emergency response. At initial level, we like the preparedness level. When it starts from the preparedness level, we do the risk assessment from which we analyze the potential vulnerable population in areas, and then we develop the capacities of our staff in emergency response, like it includes first aid, search and rescue, and it also equip them with emergency response toolkit. Like we have also, like recently we have implemented one project in Chatral that was on Bluff, and we have our search and rescue team were present over there, and they have recently participated in emergency response in 2023 and 24. When it comes to contingency planning, we develop our response plan, which includes standard operating procedures, that logistic plans. It includes logistic plans, staff roles, and also we develop district disaster management plan. And recently we have developed a GLOV disaster risk management plan for Chatral as well, which is one of the initiative of SIF. Stockpiling, yes, we also do pre-positioning of critical supplies such as food, water, medical kit, shelter material, etc. As initially SIF was working on different sectors, we worked on food security, livelihood, wash sector, education, but recently we have started in emergency response and also working on disaster risk management and climate change. So we have slowly and gradually start stockpiling, and now we are focusing on climate change and disaster risk management and emergency response very rigorously. This is our immediate response within 24 to 72 hours, like when it comes to activation. Emergency, when the emergency alert come from the government side, like from the district department or DDMA or from the PDMA, then we alert the emergencies for that, and we immediately deploy our team, rapid response team. We deploy in the communities, and their role is basically to identify what are the damages, what are the needs, and on the real grounds. Sorry, I think it's how it. Okay, can I reverse it? Okay. Then we do need assessment. In need assessment, we definitely identify the damages and everything. Resource mobilizations, we mobilize the fund and logistics that what we have in our hands, and we try to mobilize the resources, vehicle, storage, and we also engage the partners, INGOs, and with local communities and governments. And we started immediately assistance like life-saving support, like search and rescue. Recently in 2024, SIF volunteers have supported the government in search and rescue activities, and such kind of activities we are implementing. Then when it's come to relief phases, it takes days to weeks, and we we focus on the distribution of ads which are initially identified during the assessment phase. Our priority is mostly we are focusing on food security and wash, which include NFIs, wash, sanitation, hygienes, and food items are part of it. And also protection like safeguarding is also part of that. We also ensure that we are conducting different sessions for the safeguarding. Recovery and rehabilitations, it takes normally weeks to months, and even sometimes it takes 2 years. So in that we do restoration activity like rebuilding the homes, infrastructures, bridges, evacuation, roads, irrigation channels, and water sources, schools, etc. We also try to restore the livelihood sources, like conducting different programs, crash for work activity, vocational skill training programs, and we also strengthen the capacity of local community on disaster risk management and emergency response. Similarly, we also do ensure that monitoring and evaluation is a regular part of our programs, and also ensure the coordination with and educate with the different stakeholders and government line department, INGOs, and local communities. During our overall process, we also take care of our core humanitarian principles, which are humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and accountability. Okay, let's. When it comes to relief capability and potentials, as I mentioned, that we have started recently on stockpiling, and recently in 2024 we have already responded to the some of the emergency situations. So that's why our stockpile is our stockpile is already used. So currently we have available 586 food items and one boards. 90 are life jackets, similarly to winterization kits, and these are available with SIF. These are some of the relief assistance archive which has been done in different provinces. Like in the top you can see in 2023, in 2024 you can see the KP response. We have responded to different situation or disaster situation, like we have distributed. Similarly, you can see the Balochistan response and the Sindh response. So these are the overall statistic of SIF. Over from my side. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. With the last presentation, we come to the end of the CIMEX 2024. It was our last CIMEX of the year. So the basic purpose was to have an interaction and to know each other's capacities, each other's strengths and each other's vulnerabilities, so that whenever in the future, if there is any situation which warrants the response from the complete nation and all the philanthropists, all the humanitarian systems, all the humanitarian partners, so we do know that what is to be asked to whom. That was basically the purpose. So then we have identified certain, you can say, the gaps of data which is available with us. As I mentioned earlier, we will get back to all the philanthropists, all the NGOs and INGOs, UN partners, and from next week onward, we will devise a program. We will request 5 to 10 different entities to visit us, bring their data, update the data in the database we have, so that whenever the data is required to be referred, we have the updated and record with us, so that the required percent can be taken. So I'm really grateful, and the next year we will be having the first simulation exercise on the summer and spring hazards. That will be somewhere in the last week of March, inshallah, March 2025. So till then, if everything goes well, so inshallah, hope to see you, inshallah, God willing, in March 2025. Thank you very much for your time which you spared from your routines, and thank you very much for coming here. I'm really grateful. Thank you very much.